everybody knows that Africa has this risk premium, this perceived risk when it comes to investors investing in and bond yields. And we understood that some countries like Egypt, they pay like 11, 12%. Countries like Thailand pay like 2% in bond yields. There's a perceived risk, and it's based on perception, not reality. Because countries like Argentina, they have defaulted on loans like 9 times, but yet they pay less in interest rates than we do as Africa. So we looked at election coverage, we looked at the risk premium, and we extrapolated that risk premium across the continent, and we came up with a figure of $4.2 billion. That is the cost of media stereotypes. And just one last thing I'll say about that report. You know, if you're an investor, media sentiment contributes to your investment decision. So you don't make that decision based on data that you have somewhere. Some of that, and actually an academic has identified that it's 10% of your decision to invest is based on what you read in the media. So media matters. There is actually a cost. So I'll stop there.
Thank you for that. Ebba, your position as the former spokesperson, AU Commission, of course, exposed you to media on the continent and beyond. Were there indicators, picking from what Moki says, were there times you'd say you had specific examples where international media needed something else from you as opposed to what you're offering? The internet as well, in your opinion, our continent.
Oh, that's a loaded question. So, you know, what I'll do is, you know, having worked as an official spokesperson for an intergovernmental organization as big and diverse as the African Union is quite something, because, you know, we're a microcosmos of 55 member states with varying degrees of development, ambitions, governance systems, and and all of that. But I think let's go back to the crux of the matter. Why does media matter, as Moki says? I think, you know, statecraft, politics, cannot exist without communication, without it being transmitted to you, to the people. And the media is a distribution channel to be able to do that. And, you know, I always say that the purpose of the media is to change your mind, is to influence you, is to amplify what you already feel. But it's supposed to inform you. It's a pillar of what apparently people call democracy. So the need to know, because I need to know what is happening, who is doing it, how are they doing it, why are they doing it. But most importantly, the media question is, why should I care? Media has always been an extremely important traveling companion of diplomacy, of international relations, and war is part of that. You know, and in fact, what we call the global media, I always say that it was established by the colonial enterprise, you know, commerce, colonialism, and imperialism. You know, when people like Henry Morton Stanley came to the Congo, wherever they went, apparently they discovered something or other. He was a journalist. But he came and he was commissioned by some rich American. When Reuters, which is one of, you've got AFP, Agence France Presse, AP, Associated Press, these are all state-run media. They are agency-run media. They became big during the war, during the Civil War, American Civil War, Vietnam. Every time there was some sort of war enterprise, the media went with them. It was usually a white man coming from that country to be able to communicate its war enterprise, why it was good, to its audience back home. So then you have other agencies like Reuters, which was created in 1856 or 1870, between those two dates, by a very rich man called Baron Reuters. And it had nothing to do with news as we know it. It had everything to do with commerce. It had everything to do with the colonial enterprise, where the Industrial Revolution in Europe was being powered by commodity prices of silks, of gold, coming from where? From the colonies, right? So it was pigeons Reuters was started by homing pigeons. You know, pigeons coming from Paris, coming from Manchester, to carry what? The price of cotton, of gold, of ivory, of the stock exchange. So Reuters is a news agency that was started, and it's a reputation for speed. They get it right first, but with speed. It was pigeons. The news that those pigeons, those homing pigeons, were bringing to London was the prices of stock, of commodity prices. So, and they needed to bring it quickly to be able to vehicle this commerce, this international commerce. But so the global media, as we know it, was not like the African nation state, was not established for you. It was established to be able, as part of global commerce, global power, and the maintenance of that power.
What about African media? So when later on, African states had their state broadcasters, the different media, why was that formed? You know,
African media was started through state media like, government broadcasters after the African state was established. And that was to be able to transmit and communicate to the populace what the government was doing to be able to strengthen a certain social contract. So there's this assumed idea that African media exists for Africans to be able to make our condition and our social contract between, whether it's the state, ourselves, our communities, and our hopes and dreams more manifest. But I think, as the media has evolved over time, fast forward to 2025, journalism is a dying trade. It doesn't have to be true to be interesting. No news has to be true to be interesting.
In 2025.
In fact, we now have platforms like social media where it vehicles not facts. It's not what, who, why, what is happening. It's how does things make you feel. It amplifies what you already feel. So it mediates your emotions with events, and the facts are no longer necessary. But the thing is, I think what I'm trying to say is that the media, the words that we use to say the African media or global media, let's go back to global media. When I say that you have these white men who went to war, whether it was the American Civil War, whether it was Vietnam, whether it was the Korean War, whether it was the siege of Mafeking in South Africa in 1904, the relationship between war and media is so powerful. And what I want to say is that there's been this notion of embedded journalism in the 19th century. We never had a name for it. But came the Kuwait invasion by the US. I was working in a newsroom as an editor, and for the first time in my life, we were called by the American military, and they coined a term to be embedded. You could not go to the theater of war. You could not have access to that war as an international media if you were not embedded with one of the belligerents and that belligerent. And if you were not embedded with that belligerent, and that belligerent would give you packaged media for you to be able to. So you remember, I don't know, in the 1980s, you remember the black skies and these green sort of laser beams whizzing past. You couldn't see anything. You didn't know what was happening. But apparently we were covering a war. So this notion that truth in war can only be given to Western journalists. The war in Gaza. Oh no, we can't verify information because there are no Western journalists. People live there. I'm an African. I worked in conflicts, but it wasn't until somebody from Somaliland called Raja Omar in the early 1990s that we had an African working in Africa for the international media, had the contractual appellation of a foreign correspondent. Until Raja Omar, who was a young man at the time, who worked for CNN, He was the first African who got the contract to be called a foreign correspondent.
He was based in Africa.
Based in Africa. Before then, you had to be white. But contractually, and I say this, and I can't overestimate.
You're insisting on contractually, meaning?
You couldn't be an African journalist working in Africa, covering African stories for an international media, and be called a foreign correspondent. I'm Namibian. I worked in Kenya. I would cover the war in South Sudan. I did not.
They couldn't call you foreign correspondent.
I was not a foreign correspondent.
What are they calling you?
Okay, but why do you want to be called a foreign correspondent?
Because I am.
But it doesn't matter. We have local media. We had, you could have been reporting.
Local
Sorry, I like to be a bit
You're
controversial.
absolutely right. But local media didn't have the same access. You'll have a 25-year-old called Matthew who'd be backpacking through Africa, comes into Nairobi, gets a job. As a journalist, and he'll be asking ministers questions that you, Moki, as he'd come to Nigeria. You're as a Nigerian journalist who maybe works for Punch. Questions that you would never be able to ask because you wouldn't even get into the room.
Exactly. And that's
I'd like to know what they were referring to you as, Eva. If they weren't calling you a foreign correspondent, were they calling you a contributor? What sort of name did they give you then? Because you're still going out to the field. You're a journalist.
I was a journalist, but the attraction of African journalists to work for international media was strong. The best and the brightest of our African journalists were cropped up by journalists, by Reuters, by AP, by AFP. So it's true that, the cohort of who we should have become as African media, we went to work for the AP Style Guide, and because it also paid better. Journalism is not a very well-paying job, So you also have to talk about the political economy of the media. So how do you make it attractive for Africans who want to be able to do truth-telling in their own countries for themselves?
I wanted to find out if, so at some point then they started being called foreign correspondents, and today we have a lot of Africans working in the global media. Did that change anything? Because what I also see online a lot of times is someone will be accused of not talking about their country in a certain way, and yet they are at CNN. You've got this big platform. Why aren't you advocating for your African country?
There's been such massive... The fact that Moki is here, and she runs an organization called African Filter, is proof that we've moved so far ahead. You have an African who is running an extremely important idea of what the media should look like, a narrative change organization for us, with us, and using evidence to be able to push that narrative forward. 20 years ago, 25 years ago, this was not possible. So I think we've come such a long way, and we need to be able to acknowledge that journey. But the expectations on media to be able to cover African stories are immense because of the type of problems that we are, and the type of challenges that Africans are experiencing now. And part of that challenge is, how do you, and I'd like to ask Moki how you deal with this in African Filter, because in political news, facts no longer matter. Outrage matters more. And it's, and because the media and the time given to African stories, there's no time for context. And, there's a frame in which African stories are told. And those frames are constructed in global Western capitals, not here. They'll say, oh, Rwanda, a small country in Central Africa where, half of the population lives on $1 a day. It's part of the frame in how we report on Africa. It's part of the formula. And we have come to believe that that's how it should be.
I completely agree with that.
It's the same way we'll be reporting on from one African country to the other.
But then again, fast forward to where we are, where we have these new players of social media, where, again, facts do not matter. And in a country like, when you are mediating your freedom of association, freedom of speech with algorithms, like we are doing today. So what I'm trying to communicate to you is mediated by a platform, and it will decide when it will share it, to whom, what time, and in which context those conversations will take place. So your freedom of speech, your freedom of association is being monetized, number one, and it's being mediated by algorithms. And if you bring algorithms to freedom of speech, to truth-telling, to the social contract and the state and stories, I don't know whether any of you, and in a country like this country, where the media was such a powerful vehicle of hate too, and a vehicle of war, if one DJ can mold opinion, can stoke hate, exclusion, and drive and incite people to kill in 1994. 2025, add algorithms to this. You cannot mediate after the event when somebody is able to sort of influence your heart, because the media is about the heart, the mind, but it can influence the hand. And isn't that what war is about? And there's our soldiers in the room. It's the hand. The mind and the heart can influence what the hand does. And that hand will take up a gun. Words create armies. And if you, I'm sorry, I need to finish this. Last week, if you are on Twitter, there's an AI chatbot that was created by Twitter, by Elon Musk, called Grok. And it's fantastic, normally. Because what it does is that it harvests publicly available information to be able to verify information. Last week, a South African, and Grok was asked whether there is a white genocide in South Africa. And the person asked a prompt, it's a yes or a no question. Grok said no. For a week, and then all of a sudden, the algorithm changed. There were patches put into this chatbot to suddenly change the narrative, to spew out disinformation that, yes, whites in South Africa are oppressed. There is a white genocide. This is what seemingly is a free algorithm on social media that mediates publicly available information of truth. And a prompt was put in to be able to spew that misinformation because its owner of that platform is of an opinion that thinks that whites in South Africa are being oppressed, and that there's a white genocide. So when people who are consuming Twitter, who are consuming publicly available information like AI chatbots, who are being told this, they are being told to hate. They are being told that whites are being oppressed, and they are being told, let's nurture your outrage. That's how war starts. And
so if the question was to be asked a second time, the response would have been yes? Like it would have changed automatically?
If you ask Grok today
yes.
on AI, it no longer says no or yes. In fact, it won't even answer you anymore. So what I'm saying...
I think that's why it's important that ownership matters. The reason why that was able to happen is because we know the person behind it actually has an agenda, right? So who owns media matters. And if we can bring it back to Africa, who owns media in Africa matters. And one of the challenges we have is that the biggest influence of media in Africa is actually foreign media.
Absolutely.
I know I was sitting in Lagos once when the elections were called off. We were supposed to go and vote. I think it was on a Saturday. We woke up and they said no. Everybody was like, let's put on the BBC because we want to verify whether or not this is true. And it goes to the point that media brands increasingly are the most important thing because you need to have a brand you can trust. Because to your point, it's not about opinion, and news has become about opinion. And the way you see it, if you're watching, Al Jazeera or, CNN, you'll watch the presenter asking the person in the field what's going on. And a lot of the time, they report the facts and then they add their opinion on top. News has become about opinion and personality, and that's the danger. And that's why I think we need to have resilient media brands in Africa where we know that, Punch or The Guardian or whatever, it represents objective news as far as possible, and we're not there yet.
Okay, when we talk about foreign media, what is their source of news? Because we keep pointing fingers at them and how they create this narrative and keep advancing it, but what's their source?
Well, I'll say there's an African proverb that says if you point a finger, 3 of your fingers are pointing back at you. So one of the things that we actually did at Africa No Filter, we did a report called How African Media Covers Africa, because I think it's important to understand how we, as Africans, consume news. And what we found was that most African media, when they talk about other African countries, so this is not local coverage, this is like, a newspaper in Ghana covering, Nigeria or South Africa, they were using the same stories that global media were using. In other words, it was Reuters, AFP, it was stories from Reuters and AFP, and their agenda is different. They're covering events, they're covering elections, they're covering crises, and that's exactly what we were finding was appearing in newspapers in Africa about other African countries. So if you're sitting in Ghana reading about, Gambia, you're reading exactly the same content as somebody sitting in Paris that's reading about Africa, and that's problematic. In other words, we, as Africans, are not writing our own stories. The stories are being written by global media and news agencies, and the reason, they are better resourced. Reuters has correspondents across Africa. The BBC was the biggest employer of African journalists on the continent. The biggest employer of African journalists.
But ask yourself
no more.
why. Ask yourself why. During the Cold War, you had VOA, you had Free America, Voice of this, Voice of that. Again, I will say that war and international relations is such an important traveling companion of media and molding perception. And like you say, which brands are trusted? Which media brands are trusted? People would listen to the BBC during the 1980s, 1970s, because they would trust that what they were saying is true. There are countries that listen to RFI religiously, because that's the only way they could get news. How is it that you're in your village in Gao, in northern Mali, with your small transistor, trying to find out the news from RFI, which is being transmitted to you from Paris? Again, this is about Africa, and even as Africans, we believe that everything that could be true about yourself, about us, can only be true if it is being given to us by certain media. That is an extremely powerful tool. So media is an extremely powerful tool, but we've moved because anybody can become a media. It's no longer about, and also the trust of now called legacy media, like politics, there's a deficit of trust because we've sprinkled doubt into stories. When you come up with words like fake news, it's a contradiction in terms. Fake news. How can news be fake? But now we all accept that fake news. So I can tell you a fact, and you'll say, oh, no, that's fake news. How do I argue with you? How do I get to establish the facts as the facts when you can just say it's fake news? And therefore, it's banalized to your opinion of what truth is. So living in this post-truth society, and as Moki again said, truth doesn't matter. It's absolutely incidental to the story, because the story need not be true to be interesting.
He who pays the piper calls the tune.
Absolutely.
You mentioned the issue of financing. Most of the media on Africa relies on foreign support. The research that we will use, whether we're going out to find out which radio performs better than the other, most of the training sessions that I have been to as a journalist are all organized and funded by foreign players. How does that affect us? How does that affect the media on the continent and the operation? If somebody, as you mentioned earlier as well, even the foreign media will be the ones paying highly. So they could easily take anyone, any of our best children could go and serve some master elsewhere. Let's start with you.
I mean, I think there's no question about the fact that, foreign international media is it's better, they're better resourced, much better resource than Africa. So what a lot of media organizations in Africa have come up with their own model to fund themselves. And often that model does not result in better journalism. In fact, it results in worse journalism because whoever funds that story gets their perception or gets their version of the story put in. And I think what I've realized is that because media has come up with its own model, which is, they'll, pay for a story here, they're doing events here, they're struggling. They take a lot of content from alternative sources. Journalists often are not as well trained as international, I don't want to say international journalists, but, we've got young people coming out of journalism school. There's no jobs, there's nowhere to go. And a new category of journalists has come up, which they're called news content creators. They may or may not be journalists. They're not trained as journalists. They're not trained to be objective. They're trained to put out stories and to get followers, and that's how they make their revenue. So there's the system, the media model is broken. It is broken. It's broken across the world. And, I think in Africa we feel it more because it's just harder. But, to your point about media being a tenant of democracy, we absolutely need a strong media to hold our leadership to account, to reflect society, to talk about the progress. And this brings me back to what African No Filter does. Right now, we are struggling with negative stories about Africa. It's about corruption, it's about conflict, about disease, about poverty, about poor leadership. We know the narratives around Africa show that we're a broken continent, that we're dependent and we lack the agency to create the change that we want. But I know that is not true. I'm from Nigeria. When I go to Nigeria and I see young people, they're resilient, they're starting businesses, they're doing amazing things. We've got leaders, who are doing amazing things, but it does not reflect in the stories that we read. And therein lies the problem.
But it makes economic sense. The fact that the moniker and the definition of African stories it equals disease, corruption, poverty, etc. That is the model. That's the African story. Huh? But now we are coming up with new kind of journalists, new kind of content creators who are reflecting the society that they live in and their hopes and aspirations. And you have YouTubers like the Ghanaian Wode Maya, who's traveling around the continent, who is seeing through his own eyes how it feels to travel while black. There's a fantastic YouTube. There's this new generation of truth tellers and storytellers, Africans, telling their experience as Africans in Africa, living, hustling, grinding as Africans.
And you know what? Those people, there's 300 of them in our community. We are trying to collect them.
Absolutely. And this is why
these are the storytellers.
And that's the new journalism that we should go for. Yeah. I think that we should embed our own people. Huh?
We need more stories.
We should be able to trust ourselves. We should decide what is important for us. We cannot constantly justify our existence and our hopes and aspirations and our choices, our governance and political choices, to people who do not live here. That even if our societies and our countries go down in war, or poverty or corruption, they're not going to come and help you because it's not their problem. So if we are going to remain in a situation, where Africans are going to remain in a situation where we have to be helped, être dans une situation d'assistanat continuel, it makes the business sense for them because it's development aid, etc., etc. But I think you are having models like African No Filter, like these content creators, these new journalists who are going out to the field and talking directly to their audience and giving their lived experience of the stories they want to tell. That is increasingly more important. And I think with soldiers, they understand how important the mind and the heart and the hand is to build, to break, or to bring people to war. And then how do you stop that? When outrage becomes conflict where we want to give each other death because the hate needs to be assuaged by the decision to give each other death on a massive scale, how do you draw that back? It will always be the voice of the DJ, but today that voice of the DJ can either kill or call people to kill. And now that voice of the DJ is mediated by a monetized big brother called the algorithm. So now, I think language is what we use to communicate as media. And language is now, large language models are being used in AI, artificial intelligence, to be able to mediate and create meaning. The only country, the only African country, as a sentient human being, I cannot communicate to you what I want you to know about me and what I think is important to me if I do not have the power of language. What if I did not have the power of language? Normally, as a physical person, as a child, I grow up and I learn the gift of language. That's a human-generated knowledge. We are moving into a world of artificial intelligence where language is going to be owned not by human-generated knowledge generators, but by bots, by chatbots, and by large language models. So you need me as a physical person, I have the gift of language. But when AI controls the language in which I speak, I'm speaking in English right now. When I'm trying to write a story, maybe I'll be speaking in English. Who owns the large language models for English? So governments need to own the sovereignty of language, which we think is a human device for agency, is no longer going to be humanly generated. Kinyarwanda, and how you communicate in Kinyarwanda on the internet is owned by the large language models to be able to detect nuance in the language, and you need to own it.
But can I just add on to that? Because I think these large language models are learning off content. They're learning off content that's available. And I want to bring it back to an example that I think a lot of us will still resonate with. There's very little or not enough content about Africa on the internet generally. According to Wikipedia, which I'm just using as a proxy for the internet, less than 3% of the content on Wikipedia is about Africa. Apparently there is more about Paris, a city, not even a country, than there is on the entire continent of Africa in Wikipedia. That's like 5 million articles, very little. And if something like 2% of that is written by Africans, we're just not putting enough content out there. So at this stage, if you go in and you Google Africa, look at the images that come up. If you Google conflict, because we're not out there trying to change
and that's the algorithm.
We need to do more.
And what you're saying is so deeply powerful. The thing is, we have to populate the internet with our truths. We talk about it, put it on the internet. Because now, as a physical person, you think, oh, it's not important. In 50 years' time, you don't know what this world will look like, and who will be generating truth, and who will be generating media, and the opinions of yourself. Speak in Kinyarwanda on the internet. Put it there. Put it on YouTube. Because you know what? It needs to be mediated by this large nebulous thing called LLMs. So you need to be able to, the nuance of your language is what's going to drive truth. What is going to be able to drive people to believe you? What is believable? Language is the driver. And large language models. If we are spewing hate in our languages onto the internet, exclusion, fascism, ethnic tribalism, that is what's going to remain. We are generating as humans language of hate and exclusion towards war, which makes it easier, and it makes it easier to convince people that it's easier to go to war than it is to create peace. So if we don't use our language and our culture and our values and communicate it with this new world, this digital world, we are physical citizens, but we are bringing children into the world who believe that their rights and their citizenship is no longer within the physical sphere, it's a digital space. And they want to talk about their digital citizenship because they spend more time on the internet than they do speaking to each other in an interpersonal space. So if we do not transmit some of this interpersonal cultural reality of who we are as Africans, whether it's through language, whether it's through value systems, whether it's through books, whether it's through stories, and whether it's through news and pictures of ourselves, as the way we see ourselves is the way the world needs to see us. And right now, like Moki is saying, if you Google Africa, the images that will come up are not of happiness, are not of you and me. but it's of somebody else's perception of what we have always have looked like, and to them, how we should always look like, and why we should be helped, and why we can never be seen as agency, people with agency, but rather than people that need constant help from somebody who is better than them or maybe more civilized than them. So we have language, we have agency, we have stories. People like Moki and Africa No Filter are more important now because our human security, our national security, and our continental security literally, physically, depends on it. Because in the digital space is what is now spewing out the reality of what we should choose. Should we rather choose to be able to lob grenades at each other and make it more difficult for us to find language of how to negotiate and how to dialogue with each other? So the language of exclusion, the language of hate, the language of you are not like me, is the language that we are putting into the language of statecraft.
Eba, from the conversations yesterday, it came out clearly that security is not only about military strength. It's not the absence of war, but it's about economic stability, political inclusion, environmental resilience, cultural dignity, and all this. The security people seated in the room, how best should they use the media from now on in order to make a contribution to the creation of that narrative or the change of the story, the African story?
That's a really good question. And I think it's something that somebody from the audience should be able to ask, what do you think the media is? And why is it, when can it be an ally to statecraft? When can it be an ally to the definition of how you want to be seen as an army, as an ideology, and the social contract that you are trying to put forward? And I think we assume that we are, because we use the same words like media, maybe you define it differently. How do you define media? Is it a danger that needs to be controlled? Is it something that needs a danger to be averted? And how does it form part of the social contract and the notion of how we want to be seen as ourselves as countries and as value systems? So I think rather than us talking about what the media is and what the media isn't, is really putting the question to how do you experience the media and what is it that you think it is not, rather than what you think it is.
Can I try to answer that question a little bit? I mean, we've seen from the Ukraine war, from the conflict in Gaza, how media is an incredibly powerful tool of war. We used to talk about propaganda, during the Second World War and how the Germans used it. And I think that as Africans there's 54 countries, there's conflict on the continent, there's conflict everywhere. I feel we need to own the narrative, own the message behind why things are happening on this continent. I think too often, and I'll give you an example. In 2023, there was a spate of news stories because in the last 2 or 3 years, there'd been something like 7 coups in Africa. I remember the Financial Times, the Wall Street Journal, they had headlines like coups across Africa or coups across West Africa. Now somebody took the story, which was one story about 700 or 800 words, which covered 7 coups. One story, 800 words, 7 coups. How much depth and nuance and context can you get into that? Somebody took that story and asked a sample of people, when you read these stories, how many coups do you think there are happening in Africa? The average number, we think there are 45 coups happening in Africa. There were 7. And the point being that we are not owning that story about the nuance and the context. So media are able to say, the media owner, Financial Times, Wall Street Journal, we're able to say conflict in Africa, as if that's who we are. That's become the single story, because we don't have people standing up using the media in a very clever way to determine the narrative around this war. I think the Israelis have done it very well. I think Zelensky's doing it very well. And I'm going to say this, it's a little bit controversial, but I like to be a little bit controversial. But if you look at images of Zelensky, and I actually did this, I just Googled conflict in Europe, and images of Zelensky came up. And, he wears fatigues, I think, from down bottom, but it's normally like a T-shirt. He's always seen in areas like he's got a mic in front of him. He's not in a war context. He's always in a sort of professional context. He's, speaking to, leaders. He looks like he wants peace. If you think about the image of him, whereas when you look at a lot of the images of our conflict zones, they're usually in the conflict area. There's death and destruction. They're wearing dark glasses.
The danger zones.
They look like they want more. No, I'm just saying, this is just images, and images matter. And people don't know the stories behind the images. And I'll just say this last thing. I was sitting next to a lady who's a researcher, and she's looking at some of the issues in the Eastern DRC. It's a complex story. It's not straightforward. But when you see an image, you think, oh, those people are rebels. We don't really know the story. And I'm just saying that our conflicts go back generations. We talk about, the Berlin Scramble, the way this continent has been divided does not reflect some of the ethnic groups. So I'm just saying that we have a propensity to have conflicts. So we need to own the stories around those conflicts.
You can only own what you control. We do not control who chooses the images of Zelensky looking like, some sort of battle-ready leader. Those are not banal images. Those are carefully choreographed.
But that's the learning.
And that's what you're saying. We should also get intentional.
We need to do that.
But we should be intentional about having certain images.
I think there's two things. We can be intentional about our motives and our motivations and how we want to be seen and how we want to be, and how our stories should be seen as. But we are working in a global system, whether it's international relations and global media. Who chooses the images? Who chooses the story? And what Moki is saying about when we see Zelensky, he exudes a certain type of charisma, a certain type of confidence, and that when you see a story to be able, talking about Rwanda, for example, you'll have maybe a picture of President Paul Kagame looking rather stern. And they were like, oh, he doesn't look very nice. He doesn't look, there's all, the choice of images to be able to communicate African stories do not inspire what we want to communicate. Why is that? It's a choice. So the fact, and again, and I'm coming back to Moki's, the fact that we have African content creators who are now populating the African media space with images, with stories, with narratives of how we want to be seen as ourselves is incredibly important now more than ever, because there's a curation of our images. There's a curation of our stories.
And that's what we're saying. That's what I'm saying.
We're absolutely
and
on the same page.
We're agreeing.
Yeah.
Gosh, it sounds like we're fighting.
Yeah.
Two African women fighting on
I
stage.
agree
I
agree with you on that, Eva. I was at an election tally a few years ago, and I'll never forget what I overheard two foreign journalists discuss. So for the previous election, there was a bit of violence. And then they come 5 years later because they thought what started last time will triple. Now, unfortunately for them, nothing happened. And these two gentlemen behind me were complaining because now they have to change their flight details. They've got to go back. Why? Nothing is happening. It was very obvious what they came for wasn't happening.
Because the frame
They're
of
coming
Africa is
because of the framing of Africa.
predetermined.
So they came for the violent Africa, for the violent election. But these are people that we also prioritize as Africa. Look at an election in an African country. Who gives the first seat? In most cases, it will be the foreign, international journalists. We call them the big names. Whose call is answered? It will be somebody from those places. Our local journalists struggle. They struggle to get the opinion of the CDF. They'll struggle to get the opinion of the government spokesperson.
But whose fault is that?
Whose fault is that? Now, I need help because
It doesn't matter.
I don't know whose fault it is, but
I don't think-
who perpetrates it? Who?
It's not a culpability issue.
No, I think it is, because when you're saying our local journalists don't get the interviews, they don't. It happened to me. I was writing a book. I couldn't get an interview with a particular person. CNN went straight in, phone call, boom, they were sitting in front.
Did you ever find out why?
I know why.
Why?
Because as Africans, generally, and this is a huge generalization, we are also victims of this narrative. We are also victims of the fact that, you know what, West is best, international is better, white is better. We need to change that narrative within us as well. And I'll give you an example. I was sitting on a panel and I was talking about this risk premium, the fact that Africa pays more, and the fact that, you know what, not enough money, capital is coming into the continent. Somebody put up their hand and said, you know, the Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, most of its investments are not in Nigeria, they're outside. Because they also believe there's a better return outside, and that Nigeria itself is high risk. And I said, well, you know what, we are also subject to that narrative that there is, this risk premium really does exist. So we're not like, we also believe in that, right? And that's one of the things that as African Unfiltered we're trying to change. And I always say that, you know, the work we're doing is to change how the world sees Africa, but equally to change how Africans see ourselves. You know, I, as a journalist in Africa, should get priority to interview my president, priority to interview the leaders. My media, African media, should get more spend because that's where our people are reading it. But we know that doesn't happen. And there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And that's why we do things like that. We're sitting here saying we need to invest in our media. We absolutely need to support it. Because without media, democracy does not exist.
And this is why the ISCA was established. This is why we're sitting on this table. It's the acknowledgement of exactly that. It's the acknowledgement that we have to be able to take ownership and stop subcontracting ourselves and our stories and our media to an idea of ourselves that is not us. That we should be able to have confidence in ourselves, in our stories, and talk about them. It must be created by Africans for Africans in Africa. And the reason why we're sitting at this table is because there are people who recognize that it's a whole of society project. And this type of conference is the kind of conference that is the beginning of a movement where we are being able to own our power, to be able to communicate our stories with confidence, and that we are able to communicate our ideals and that they are believed. We have to talk to each other. We do not have to talk to media outside. We have to create an environment like we are creating with this conference to be able to inject trust into ourselves and into our stories and into those who are telling them.
Yeah. Let's come to the room. Oh, wow, that was quick. I thought I was going to have that phase where you're asking, are there any hands going up? Thank you. We'll start with the 5. Oh, then we'll come. Yes, then we'll come to you. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 5 on this side. We'll take those questions and then respond to them, and then we go to the one on the other end of the room. Please, start with that guy. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Sorry, can you hear it? Can you hear it? Hi, thanks very much. It's an interesting conversation. Oh, sorry, my name is Joel Kibaza, and I have been in those sort of rooms, both as a foreign correspondent for an international, but also as spokesperson for the African Development Bank and the Commonwealth and those various bodies. My question to the two eminent speakers is Africa really serious about the media? Everything you said is pertinent, but to what extent do we take it seriously? And the example of Zelensky and the way he appears is a very good one. But to what extent, unless we ourselves are taking it seriously? So my question to both of you is, to what extent do you think, and if so, or rather, if not, what are we going to do about it? Because unless we take it as an important thing in all our spheres, whether it's government, whether it's private sector, Moki talked about, raising capital, or whatever. Unless you take it seriously in all those aspects, nothing will happen and nothing will change. So I'd like to hear your views. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Joe. There's a lady in black.
Good morning. Thank you again for such a wonderful conversation. My name is Dr. Jumo Ayandele. We've been talking a lot about the role that media has played in shaping how we think about security on the continent. I am curious, looking ahead, how we think the media should play a role when we're thinking how we think about peace, not security, how we think about peace on the continent on our own terms for the African diaspora as well as people on the continent. Thank you.
There were two hands behind there.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Wing Commander Ampene. I teach at the Rwanda Defense Force Command and Staff College in Nyachinama. I want to find out whether there is a self-sabotage switch in the media training curricula in Africa, especially when those who graduate from formal media training schools end up repeating the same stereotypes that those who are from outside Africa perpetrate. Is there a self-sabotage switch in the media training curricula? Thank you very much.
It's not there. Next. Right behind you.
Good morning. My name is Uwe Wissenbach. I work for the European Union, and before I was working as a journalist as well. Thank you very much for the very good comments and excellent arguments. And I subscribe to many of them, but I see a little contradiction there in some of the arguments. And I think it's all about the ownership. I think we all know, me from my own country, Germany, that you didn't need social media to manipulate hatred. You didn't need algorithms to create a genocide in this country. So I think the ownership and putting out the narrative and who controls the narrative is an essential question. And you can understand in a security context that, for instance, here in the region, governments put out narratives, and I think it's perfectly normal that governments want to put out nice images of their president and their side of the story, but I think the role of the media is precisely to question these kind of narratives and find the truth, which is probably somewhere in between the different narratives in a conflict story. And I think in this sense it is very important to look at the ownership of the media, as you rightly point out. And I think you have media like The Guardian, the BBC, that are public service media or media owned by readers, not by a tycoon or a mogul with a specific agenda. And then you have other media that have an agenda. So I think this is really crucial. And I think here in the African landscape, while you have the Nation Media Group in Kenya, that is owned by the Aga Khan Foundation, not by a government and so on. But then again, the media ownership, but also the, let's say, the feedback that media get, if they're told to be patriotic, etc., they will not get to the truth, and they will not get out of this vicious cycle of putting out narratives that could create conflict and hatred or perpetuate it. So my question is, what can you do in this respect to create media in Africa that are escaping that kind of trap? Thank you.
One last time, you said? Oh, if it's not there, come. Let our fifth question come from you. Please, yeah. Please put your hand up so they can find you. Yeah. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for the very insightful perspectives that I've heard this morning. I'm Sheriff Folari, Professor of International Relations. I teach at Texas State University and at the Center for Conflict Management, University of Rwanda. I teach, among other things, African politics. I was a journalist long ago, Nigerian Tribune, before I switched into the academia. I have a number of issues from these very interesting viewpoints that I've heard this morning. We were asking a question, the fundamental of what is the media? And we must understand that the media space has changed over time, and the context of the media has also changed over time. Now, my own understanding of the media is that we, everyone here, is the media. And why? Once you have that phone, that device with you, and you have a social media platform that you are kind of running on that particular device, you have become a kind of journalist, one way or the other. And that's where the problem lies. And that's why I think that we should dissect, we should go deeply into what exactly the problem of the media is. And we must also understand the fact that the mainstream media is beginning to kind of lose, what you can call, its base, in the sense that you have a lot of people embracing social media more than the mainstream media. Is it BBC? Is it Al Jazeera? Is it, what's it called now? CNN? The viewership or the audience or whatever has dropped significantly. People are now embracing social media, where there's a lot of misinformation, disinformation, and of course, that is where the real problem lies. And that is why we should be talking more about social media, because that's what the world is that's the direction right now. And if we have this kind of access to misinformation, there'll be a lot of disinformation and there'll be a lot of deformation of society. Now, the second context is the fact that we say Africa is the youngest continent. And that means, by implication, that there will be more people embracing social media in Africa than mainstream media. And that the problem is still hanging that in Africa we don't have a very central, a kind of a CNN that can kind of control the narratives or kind of push out counter narratives to see to it that things are really going on well, to bring about having a better perspective or understanding of what Africa is like. We don't have it there. So there's a big problem now. And that simply means that we are having a generation of Africans that are likely to be pushing some narratives that will be based on falsetto or falsehood or lies or total misinformation. So we need to really dissect that problem. Now let's get to this very point.
Please,
and that is the fact that, yes, I will round off now. Let's go, and this is the fact that, you have majority of this young population that is, either uneducated or they are ignorant. Let me use the term ignorant. They are educated, but they are still ignorant. And that's what you see in the media. And I take my time to visit social media all the time because I see a lot of disinformation. I'm a teacher. And I really don't, sometimes I try to restrain myself not to add to the conversation. But sometimes I can't just do it. Because one of the things you do is say if education is expensive, try ignorance. And I don't want to be part of the contraption that will kind of celebrate ignorance and make ignorance to multiply, and then you have a continent. I'm so attached to the continent, and I really have a lot of fear that in the near future, we are likely to have, a population that is going to, you're talking about writing the African story. Who is going to write the African story? Is it this ignorant population that will write the African story? Let's dissect it. Fundamentally, we need a massive media, we need solidarity among African nations to come together and have something that will counter CNN or Al Jazeera or BBC that will actually push the African story on the mainstream level. And then we need a properly informed population, because Africa is the youngest continent, that will also kind of be pushing the narratives there, write the stories informally, and then also do the formal thing about pushing the African, what is that we should know about Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, please.
Okay.
Let's respond to the questions. Thank you.
There's quite a few questions. But I'll start with yours just very quickly, and I'm just going to try and address them. I think there's a symbiotic relationship between social media and established media brands. And I think in the old days, news and media used to create the news. Right now, the news comes from social media. So social media is actually dictating the news. Quick example, NSAS, the protests in Nigeria. People covered it, but they covered it using stories of people who were there at the time. There is a very real need, and we need social media. We need these people you're calling ignorant to help us discover what the truth is. That's my response to that one. I think, Joel, you asked about media and whether or not there was any real seriousness. No, not yet. Until there is a fund that is dedicated to investing in media and supporting media so we can have more New York Times in Africa, then no, we're not yet there. I think, Juma, you asked about the language, and you talked about peace versus conflict. We've talked about the fact that language matters. Language does matter. And actually, we talk a lot about conflict. And conflict is a pursuit of peace, in my opinion. And maybe we need to talk more about peace. And that language changes all the language, the stories we tell, and what we're going to look for. I think we can reframe conflict. In fact, that should be an action. We should reframe conflict as peace. Somebody asked about training of journalists. I think the journalists that are coming out of journalism school are trained in the old way. Just like people coming out of school in Nigeria are still taking Oxford and Cambridge exams and learning about snow and things that just aren't relevant. The news landscape, the media landscape has changed, as you rightly put it. And that's why a lot more training is going on outside of these formal training schools. Africa No Filter, we fund an organization in Uganda called MCI that trains young journalists in content creation and how to create stories. We run programs on how to find stories, how to actually do better journalism. And I think, I can't read my writing, but anyway, I think there was one more story about, somebody talked about difference in, I think it's the gentleman when you talked about media ownership. I will just use the example of Fox News and CNN in America, both very different agendas, and you can see, but we need both. That's what I'm saying. We're not saying that all media should have one agenda. We need a plethora. We need a multiplicity of media. We need lots of media so that actually we as individuals can determine what is our truth. Anything left?
I think we're at the cusp of a whole new era, whether it's in governance, whether it's in politics, whether it's even our understanding of what media is. I've been listening quite intently to the questions and the comments that people have been talking about. What people are saying is the media. What is the media? You are a media. So even the words that we use, the questions that you are raising about how you define media, we're evolving in a liminal space of what we knew to be media. It's no longer, our definition of media is almost obsolete. So we are assisting in a civilizational change of even the definition of media. And when you say that people are ignorant, I don't care. It shouldn't be conferring articles. I think because the media is changing, and in a way that many of us cannot understand, I am particularly interested in large language models, as many of you may have understood, is because even the thing that drives media for now is language. It could be my voice, it could be what I write, and it could be what I try to communicate in a media, like television also. But if I'm sitting in my home, or I'm in the middle of Goma, and I have a telephone, not only am I a media, I am using language, I'm using my opinion, my lived experience, and I'm talking directly to the world. It's unmediated by state, unmediated by social norms, unmediated by any rules, legislation, and completely free in time and space. So what we are saying, or at least what I'm trying to suggest, is that we have to go back to the very basics of what drives media, our voices, our language, and the heart, the mind, and the hand. Yeah. And that is security. That is where our security starts from. I didn't want to use the name Radio Mille Collines, but it was a DJ. It was a DJ that drove the language of hate, that drove. And when you can suscitate these primal beasts within ourselves, that we can be untethered by the social contract of what makes us human, and because radio at the time is one of the most intimate media, you'd sit with a transistor radio, it's as if you're listening to whoever the presenter is. Media is become even more intimate, because now it's you on your telephone, and you are in your telephone. You are untethered by the rules of how to be polite, the languages of politesse. The language that we use on social media is not the language that we use to each other in interpersonal relationships. So the very definition of media has changed. It's not about governments holding governments to account. It's how we define media in this liminal space, into this new world that we are going into, and what are expectations of this new world. What expectations do we have of it and of each other in our physical space? But what expectations do we have of the media in this unmediated stage of the digital era, which is protected by those who own those platforms?
Yeah.
And upon which our security depends. These are questions. I don't have answers. And I think these are the conversations that we should start
Thank you
having.
so much. Thank you, Eba. Moki, are your reports public? Can they be accessed in case a member of the audience wants to have access?
AfricaNoFilter.org.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, Thank you. So unfortunately, we've run out of time. As you've heard, the media landscape has changed. We need to change with it. Or to change with it, how are we consuming it? How are we, where are we consuming these things that we see? Which is your favorite platform? But I think above all, and from what Eba has emphasized, what are we feeding it? So as Africa, you have the digital platforms. What are you putting there? Many years from now, people will go online to learn about Africa. It's the images that we post today, the words that we use today that will determine how they perceive the continent. Thank you for being a wonderful audience. Let's appreciate Eba and Moki.
Thank you.
And the conversations will continue. We're all still here. Let's continue chatting. We cannot discuss everything here, but we can network along the day and have the conversations continue. Thank you so much.
Sorry. So.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Thank you. I'm a teacher. If people don't respond to your good morning, it means things are very bad. So thank you very much. You're welcome for this second of. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the members who are going to be on the panel. And I think that we are going to have a very interesting conversation. First, I'd like to invite Lieutenant General retired Aidan Mulata. Please welcome him to the stage. Thank you. Second, I'd like to invite Lieutenant General retired Bala Keita. Welcome him to the stage. Thank you. As long as there are no accidents on the stage, that's fine. I will sit here, so please go ahead and sit that side. Last but not least, Vice Admiral Milka Petev. You're most welcome to the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Emily Comfort Marachto. I'm an associate professor of media studies. I teach at Uganda Christian University, and I'm really excited to have this conversation with this gentleman and hope that you will enjoy the conversation. We'll try as much as possible to create time for the audience to also contribute. And so I'm going to sit down and just have a very nice conversation. I think sometimes we are supposed to be scared of the military, but when Lieutenant General Keita walked in, he asked if I'm a nice person. I think he was a little intimidated. So, I think I'm a nice person, and we'll have a good conversation. Thank you so much. So you're most welcome, gentlemen and audience. We're going to have 1 hour of conversation, and we are picking up from many of the conversations we had yesterday and also today, this morning. I was here in this room where we were discussing media narratives on Africa. And yesterday we had so many issues come up. I think the President, His Excellency Paul Kagame, did start us off very nicely by saying that Africa needs to own its future, and there were many things around Africa having cooperation, Africa having governance in place, Africans owning what they do, and the theme was carried out throughout the day. But when it comes to voices on deterrence, it's hard to tell whether we can actually tell an African story, say that there is an Africa to speak of, and we can bulk the African nations and say this is what deterrence looks like on the African continent. So I would like to start us off by just giving each of you a chance to, maybe in 3 minutes, from where you stand, talk about what the African security landscape actually look like. Because the purpose of this session is really to just explore the African security landscape and what deterrence looks like and how we can respond to it. Thank you. I'll start with you, Lieutenant General Aidan, who is near me. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. I hope I can be heard.
Yes.
I'm retired Lieutenant General Aidan Mulata from Kenya. I served with the Kenya Defense Forces for 43 years and 44 days, to be precise. Huge experience and training in matters defense, security, and peace. And retired 2.5 years ago, I began a consultancy, an institute, a think tank, which looks at matters Africa. Is called the Prospect Peace Institute Africa, based in Nairobi, Kenya, and I'm the executive chairman, and I'm very delighted to be here because such dialogue is what Africa needs. So this ISCA conference actually fits in a gap that is existing across the African continent. So I want to congratulate the organizers for being able to set up such an opportunity where we can put our heads together and think about the future of Africa.
Having said that, when one discusses Africa, you'll see very serious contradictions. We say Africa is the second largest continent. It is home to 1.4 billion people, a landmass of 30 million. So many good attributes. 30% of the mineral resources across the world is here. Out of the 1.4 billion, the youthful population is almost 450 million.
Excuse me. Can we all hear him well? Okay, excellent.
Right. I'll also up my voice. So
thank you.
Basically, great things about Africa and attributes that should be making us look better and look good. But unfortunately, for whatever reasons, Africa is going through some unique and complex challenges, which is what I think this first question is about. And I want to outline some of these security concerns, threats, in a manner likely to, in a structured manner, that is likely to bring out issues of both security, governance, leadership, and related. First, I want to begin with socio-political instability across states in Africa. This is very predominant, particularly during what we call elections, democratic processes, and democratic transitions. So we also have what we call citizen uprising, like what was witnessed during the Arab Springs about 2010, 2011 there, which impacted a lot on Northern Africa. So generally speaking, these issues and the issues related to socio-political stability is a serious concern for Africa. Then, of course, we have got what we call intrastate conflicts, insurgencies, intercommunal conflicts, and matters of structural violence, instability within our states. We have also what we call interstate tensions. Neighboring states, instead of working together, collaborating, cooperating, are at loggerheads. And if you look at the media, what is happening between Ethiopia, Somalia, and some of the countries in the Horn of Africa region and beyond, you'll be able to realize there's a lot of tension between countries, which now negates the possibility of cooperation and collaboration on matters, peace and security. Then the big animal in the house is terrorism. And you know, you have had this issue of global war on terror. It's been going on for I don't know how many years, decade or 2 decades plus. But instead of managing, instead of reducing, instead of minimizing the impact of terrorism, everything is going out of control. In 2010, we had only 5 brands of radical jihadists operating in Africa. Today, we have got over 40. This is according to the African Center for Strategic Studies. So you can see we have the global war on terror, but things are not moving. So these are the clusters that I want to paint as things that are among many others. Africa also has this problem now related to governance, the issues of corruption, the issues of this what we call transnational crimes, contraband goods, and these spaces actually become a very big problem for states in Africa. So when you put all this together, the story of Africa is really sad. I normally talk about if Africa was a human person and North Africa is the head. Look at what is happening in Libya and related issues where the epicenter is there. If you look at the Horn, if you say that's the left shoulder, look at the Horn of Africa, Somalia and related, how things are happening, the issues of the Red Sea and so on. Look at the Sudan. We were told yesterday is one of the worst humanitarian crises in the world today, which we are witnessing. Sahel, West Africa, and so on. If Central Africa and DR Congo was the heart of the continent, you would know what is going on there, and you can see through the media. And of course, Southern Africa, if it's the lower limb, then you can see the numerous structural problems that are there, including issues of land, citizen unrest, and many other things. If you look at Zimbabwe, South Africa, and others. So when you look at Africa, and I want to finish with this, the thing is, if it was a human person, it will be sick. It will be in high dependency unit. If we, citizens of Africa, elites, don't think for Africa, take control of our responsibilities, we'll end up in ICU, which is what we don't want. And that's why this dialogue is important. Finally, look at every country in Africa. According to the African Union, it's 55 states. The UN recognizes 54 states. These 55 states start with A, that is Algeria, end up with Zimbabwe. Each one of those countries have issues of stability, issues of structural violence, issues of concern that is likely to cause instability. We need to recognize some of this. So basically, when you put all two these together, we have problems, we have to discuss and see way out. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's very interesting, but also scary. I don't know if Lieutenant General Keita has a different view from what he has in terms of what the African landscape, security landscape actually looks like. Where you stand, what do you see?
Ouais, merci beaucoup. So I will make it in French to bring a bit of movement.
Oh.
So in the audience, so you have this thing, you can just put it. If you don't, it's good for the Kenyans.
This is how we know who hasn't learned.
Yeah, because I love to give hard time to Kenyans because they don't want to learn French. So then I will speak in French.
Not only Kenyans, even we Ugandans are going to suffer in this case. So it's fine.
Merci beaucoup, madame. Je ne peux pas, disons, avoir un désaccord avec mon ami le général pour, disons, le point de situation qu'il a eu à faire sur l'Afrique. Moi, j'ai passé 46 ans dans l'armée, lui il a fait 43, j'ai passé 46 ans dans l'armée. Je suis rentré en 1974 dans l'armée et je suis parti à la retraite en 2020. C'est 46 ans. La moitié de ces 46 ans, je l'ai passé à courir en Afrique pour gérer des situations de sécurité. J'ai commencé en 1991 au Libéria. Et j'ai terminé en 2020 en Centrafrique. Hein, je vois mon ami Wanze qui est là, où j'ai passé 5 ans. Donc de 91 de ma carrière jusqu'en l'an 2000, j'ai passé toute ma carrière à aller dans des pays africains pour gérer des problèmes de sécurité. Donc ça veut dire que ce que le général vient de dire, effectivement, il y a quelque chose qui ne tourne pas rond en Afrique. Mais pourquoi ça ne tourne pas rond en Afrique? Je pense qu'il a cité les différentes menaces qui se présentent surtout sur le théâtre africain. Mais moi, je dirais, en fait, la menace principale, quand je l'ai regardée, c'est que dans tous ces pays où il y a eu des problèmes, c'est toujours des problèmes internes. C'est rarement qu'on a vu en Afrique 2 pays rentrer en conflit direct. Très rare. Vous pouvez faire l'historique de toutes les crises qui se sont passées en Afrique. Très rarement, peut-être 5 ou 6, où des pays ont eu justement à rentrer en conflit. Mais, paradoxalement, on a toujours des conflits au niveau africain. Ça veut dire que le problème est interne à chacun de nos pays, d'abord. Et ce problème qui est interne à chacun de nos pays résulte souvent de la malgouvernance. C'est des leaders politiques qui viennent, qui ne gèrent pas bien leur pays et qui, à la limite, posent des problèmes de résistance interne, qui amènent des crises, des rébellions ou des tentatives de sécession. Et tout ça, ça dérive que des gens se sentent marginalisés dans leur propre pays et qui se révoltent contre leur propre système. Et tout ça, ça découle justement d'une gouvernance qui n'a pas été correcte. Donc ça, c'est le problème principal qui se pose à nous en Afrique. Comment justement trouver des solutions à cette raison principale qui crée des tensions, des crises au sein des pays africains. Dans les dernières années, s'est ajouté à cela l'extrémisme religieux qu'on ne connaissait pas mais qui est venu nous trouver. Le terrorisme, il appelle le terrorisme ou l'extrémisme, qui s'est greffé justement à ces problèmes de gouvernance qu'on avait, qui les a exacerbés et qui les a compliqués. Donc voilà un peu en Afrique, on se retrouve globalement face à des crises en permanence qui sont dues à une mauvaise gouvernance. Donc c'est un problème politique, c'est un problème de gestion des États. Et maintenant, on a l'extrémisme qui s'est ajouté à cela. Et je pense que globalement, quand on va essayer de trouver des solutions, il faut qu'on voie la solution. Ce n'est pas que les pays africains, comme ça s'est passé en Europe, ils sont tout le temps en conflit. Heureusement pour nous, on a cette fraternité qui fait que souvent, on a de bonnes relations avec nos voisins. C'est ce que moi j'ai pu constater depuis que je suis en train de gérer des crises en Afrique. Donc il faut qu'on s'oriente sur les causes et après, bon, par rapport à cela, on pourra trouver des solutions à cela. Mais je pense que ce que le général dit, il a campé le décor et moi je n'ai fait que confirmer certains points. Donc je m'arrête à ce niveau-là dans cette évaluation de pourquoi en Afrique on a tout le temps des crises, plus que dans les autres pays du monde. Voilà, pour moi, en fait, les raisons principales qui font que ce n'est pas stable en Afrique. Merci.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, there's so much knowledge, military knowledge on this stage, at least 89 years between the two gentlemen alone. So we shall be having interesting conversations. Admiral, Vice Admiral, I was just wondering whether from the global stage where you stand, you have a different view. What's your perspective?
First of all, thank you very much, Emily, for introducing us, and I will be very, very grateful to everybody who actually look globally to this problem. Thank you very much for inviting in this very important, ambitious, but at the same time relevant and very feasible goal to introduce Africa into the decision-making stage, because it deserves. Here I'm coming as a military from the Eastern Europe, and I can add another 41 years to the military expertise. So all my career was devoted to the Bulgarian Navy, end up with the commander of the Bulgarian Navy in the Black Sea, which currently is quite hot area, although it's not in the tropics because of the conflict. And then I spent 5 years as a Bulgarian military representative to the highest military body in NATO and the European Union. And currently I'm military security advisor to the President of Bulgaria. It's very interesting that I'm putting in background my experience as an Eastern Europeans, and I see a lot of similarities what's going on in Africa to what has happened in Eastern Europe in the 90s, because we have also went through the very challenging transformation from one system to another system. And the first similarity which I can point out actually is that the division of Eastern Europe in Eastern and Western Europe was imposed from outside. It was not matter of choice. And if there is a division in Africa, it's also not internal. It is externally imposed because somebody else took the decision. And as example, in 1943, at the Yalta Conference, the destiny of the Eastern Europe has been decided between Winston Churchill and Joseph Stalin by drawing the map on the back of the cigarette package. This was the case. But in this case, the implications are that really we have to fight the consequences of the choices which has been imposed. The second one, this is exactly created. Currently, we are living in the momentum of chance, because collapse of the communist system and the end of the Cold War provided us with the change really to make our own choice. Now you have this kind of choice, because we are really in the era of the rebirth of the multilateralism. The voice of Africa currently need to be heard, and everybody agree about this. And this is exactly the third point I would like to make about the similarities, that now there is a common understanding that the inclusion in the security system of Africa exists. This was also the case in the 90s when actually the United Europe cannot exist without integrating Eastern Europe countries. There is only one thing which is specific for Africa, that all these 4 developments by the magnitude is multiple more and stronger than in Eastern Europe. And if the Eastern Europe developments has a local and regional consequences, the development in Africa has a global one and will shape the future of the security of the humanity.
Thank you. So in few words, we are not alone. This is not an African problem alone. There are problems elsewhere as well. And I wanted to come back to you, Lieutenant General Keita, on the strategies that we have used in the past, both traditional, especially the traditional strategies for deterrence. What have we traditionally used and how successful were we at using them? Because you also have the privileged position of having been at MINUSCO. And so can we learn from that experience?
Well, thank you very much, Emily. So the question is, have we been successful in the past? I mean, the answer is no, because for the last 30 years, so we are dealing with the same issues around Africa. It's just getting day by day worse and worse. And when we relate, so the threat that we are facing with the subject matter of today, deterrence. So have we been capable of deterring something? No, we have never been successful deterring something. And now the issue is, because the main threat that I have, defined just after the general, what is the bad governance, ill governance? I think Africa have not, managed to deal with that, issue of bad governance. At the regional level, so it was not successful. At the, sub-regional level also has not been successful. Within the countries also, it was really a disaster. So now, is it possible that starting from today, that we define what should be our strategy to help African countries to get involved into a better governance? So this is the question. Are we capable of defining some strategy to deter bad leaders to continue doing the same to their own people? Because as of now, so we have not achieved to have because if you talk about deterrence, that means you bring somebody to understand that committing something, so the cost will be greater, so then, to refrain from doing it.
Yeah.
So that state of mind, how can we bring it about so leaders around Africa can understand that it's not acceptable anymore, and there is a price, there is a cost for that.
Yeah, but it also seems that the leaders on the continent sometimes have tended to look at external forces as being more of a deterrent than bad governance, as you're talking about it today. Well, to what extent does external interference actually create a problem?
No, I mean, if you look at it closely, to me, really, we should not start blaming others. The issue is we Africans. I always say, no, don't try to see that external interference is the problem. Because the external, involvement is the African themselves that are looking for that external intervention most of the time. Because you have leaders that need the external intervention to, remain in power. And those, external are using that leader because they know that with that leader, they can achieve what they want. So is he a good leader or a bad leader? That doesn't matter, as long as he's giving them what they want. That is the dilemma. So then it's the Africans that should deal with their own business. And I think that's, so yesterday the president said we need to have to understand that the problem is we Africans, and then we find a solution to deal with the bad governance that we are facing. So the next threat is, the extremism, religious extremism, all these guys that are coming, bringing terrorism. It's just, if you go everywhere in Africa, so that is the main challenge. How can we now build a strategy to deter those bad guys to come to Africa?
Okay, so talking about strategies, because if we stick to the landscape now, we will all be scared in the room and forget to talk about the strategies. And I'm coming to you first before I return to you. And thank you for forgetting to give us a hard time now. You said you were going to give us a hard time speaking in French only, and you've forgotten, so that's nice. But Major General Eden, are there new approaches? Because it seems from his submission that we have been doing a lot over the years and without much success. What do we need to do differently? Is there new thinking to this?
Emily, thank you so much. I'll slightly step back and anchor my discussion in 2 points that have been said here. One is the question of, discussions being held outside the continent, the decisions being made outside Africa. It was done a long time ago during the Berlin Conference. Unfortunately, it's being done even today. So what we must learn to do, and that's why I'm so excited about this conference, is to be able to bring these discussions to capitals of Africa. And with all due respect to my all other friends, and I think Mr. Gao said this yesterday, we Africans are to think through our problems and look out what works for us, not the prescriptions. Prescriptions has always failed us. It serves the interests of only those who are, from outside there, not our interests. So this discussion is very, very important moving forward. The other question...
And first, before you move forward, the whole idea of what works for us, what are those things, specific things that you think might actually work for us?
I'll come to that shortly. Yeah. But I'd like us to navigate a little bit back in terms of what I wanted to say. Second, external interference is a big thing for Africa. Not only are decisions made outside the continent, I agree with the general here that yes, a lot of it is our own making, our own internal problems, which we can take control of. But the bigger problem is those competition between the major powers, the middle powers, states that want to project hegemonic tendencies. If you look at today in Sudan, the war, that war we said is really bad, then who are the actors behind the scenes? We have had Colombians yesterday, we have had UAE, we have had many actors here and there. So this external interference for exploitation of resources and other things, I think is very, very important. If we are able to moderate as Africa, think strategically, work out what works for us, and ward off those external interferences, we'll have taken a step forward. Now, very quickly, Madam Emily, if you allow me, I just want to unpack deterrence because, General said is a state of mind. It's true. I just want to navigate it because I know maybe half of this sitting is military officers and they are versant with this. The other half is maybe people who need to
like
understand
me.
what exactly. So allow me to slightly unpack, and the state of mind issue is correct. And when you consider deterrence, basically you're looking at making this actor understand that he will not be able to take the action that he or the aggressor intends to do. So you are able to, using your deterrence strategy, you are able to make this actor realize that his actions may fail, and even if he is to go through and attack, the consequences are so costly that he will fear taking that action. So looking at deterrence in that manner. Then the other component, of course, is deterrence. What are we looking at? There's what we call conventional deterrence. These are basically use of conventional weapons, which hurts also, but it takes a long time. It's predictable how things are shaping, and the hurt to a particular adversary is visible but slow. Then there is the nuclear deterrence, which also encompasses weapons of mass destruction. Nuclear is so destructive. If you had, for example, the doctrine of mutually assured destruction, these kind of things make us, of course, look at nuclear deterrence as lethal. But this is just to introduce. But what I wanted to say is deterrence can be applied at different levels. When you look at the spectrum of conflict, from what we call stable peace to crisis, which is war, all the way to now winding down to stable peace. If you look at that spectrum as it goes, then you are able to apply deterrence at each stage. So when you have got stable peace, there's something called basic deterrence. This is diplomatic, the usual contacts here and there. As you move up the scale in the spectrum, then there's what we call general deterrence, where now you know there's likelihood, but you're not sure this adversary will take what action. And then you move forward to what we call immediate crisis, which is now when activities are going and you're sure things are going to happen. And the top of it, when after war breaks out, of course, is compellence, and then you go down the chain. Having unpacked that, there's also this notion of collective defense, which is one of the things maybe at the end we'll prescribe for Africa so that we can come together. So this is just to help unpack. There are things called 3 C's of deterrence: capability, credible, and what we call communicated. So you have to give certain messaging in a particular manner. So having said this, Africa, looking at Africa, the numerous problems we have had. By the way, Emily, the idea is not to scare you. There's more in the bank when it comes to problems facing Africa. We didn't talk about poverty, because, poverty, for example, a poor person is susceptible to being controlled by these bad elements. The terrorists will recruit him, he will be radicalized, the smugglers will use him, he will be susceptible to human trafficking, and so on. We have not talked even about the debt crisis. The idea is not to, where now money meant for the well-being of the people, of the citizens of the country, is dependent now on they try and pay debt as opposed to the improving livelihood. So there is so much. The idea is not to scare, but to make the audience realize that this issue is very serious. And General here said, and he's right, it's worsening by day. This is something we must acknowledge, not get scared, but make sure that we are able to chart a path out of it and reverse some of this. And I can tell you we can take control. Having said that and set that scene, yes, for Africa there are many, many emerging, by the way, before that, we need to talk about the tools, the military, the economic, and so on. And previously you have seen sanctions. Even now sanctions is a part of it, embargoes, and many other forms of tools. I looked at a study done by Singapore Management Institute, and they say UN sanctions between 1967 and a recent time, 68% were on African countries. 32% are some countries.
Is that because we are bad-mannered and we are doing all these bad governance things?
Possibly, yes. Not really. Their conclusion is actually African countries are being targeted. If you look at the others, a few countries and terror groups are the ones who are being sanctioned outside Africa. If you look at what ICC is doing today, look at their list of those who are indicted. There are, I think, 6 from DR Congo, 4 from Kenya, 4 from Uganda. The majority of them are targeting Africa. Very high percentage. And therefore, these sanctions targeting Africa, we need to learn and understand. Are they meant for our own good, or are they meant to hurt us? If you look at what the sanctions on Libya did to Libya, to the extent that even today, from a very flourishing, developed country to what it is today, 15 years down the line after the death of Gaddafi in 2011, you can see how much damage it is. So when these Western powers or these developed countries pull out the sanction card, African countries should come together and say, no, this is one of our own, please stop. So like the other day, I think Rwanda, because of this dynamics in Western DRC, we saw many cards being pulled from Europe, UK, everywhere. We should desist this as Africa because they're not meant for our own good. But of course, we can deploy it in such a manner that we are able to moderate certain things.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm certainly not scared, but I'm sober now, more sober than before I came to this room, and I think many of the audience members are probably as sober as I am now. And I wanted to first go to him in terms of just exploring the global and local dynamics. What has changed within the global arena that perhaps is contributing to this worsening every day that they're talking about? And is there something that Africa can do about those?
Actually, everything what has happened in the world affects Africa, and everything what happens in Africa affects the world. It has a global impact. And this interlinkage should be underlined. I would like actually to point out what is the definition of deterrence. This is to dissuade your opponent to act against you. And very well said by the general, to change the calculus of your opponent, the calculation which he means between gains and prices. As a matter of fact, the military, they have one important mission, which is to defend with fight the nation. But they have also one very vital mission, another one, which is to prevent war. And Emily, you should not afraid from the military, because actually, as Clausewitz said, that the wars is the continuation of the politics with other means. It means that the politician did the bad things, and the diplomacy didn't work when the war come on the table. And for military, actually, to prevent the war is really to generate deterrence. And it is both in external intra-state conflicts and also between state conflicts. My point of departure actually is the Constitution of UNESCO, which has been written in 1945, which says that since the wars begin in the mind of people, this is where actually the defense of the peace should start as well. It means that everything is in the mind, and winning the mind and heart of the people is something what is the primary goal of the military before to step up to defend the nation interests. In the old days, the deterrence in the bipolar world has been generated between two big powers. And we had a comfort, let's say comfort, using, sorry. Yes, I'm happy about it. And that we can consume this deterrence. But there is a big challenge and big threat for small nations, because very soon you might be sacrificed in order to escape from the big clash, from big conflict. This has been changed. Currently, I would like actually to point 4 factors which make the modern deterrence credible. And credibility of the deterrence is important, otherwise we need to go to war. This is something what is on the agenda. First of all, I will recall the theorem of the behavioral scientists, William Thomas and Dorothy Thomas, about the behavioral psychology formulated in 1928, that if people define something as a real, they'll act and they will have consequences as a real. It means we are talking not about reality, but about perception. And for us, it's extremely important to shape the impression of your opponent to shape his perception. Because if the interpretation is wrong, his calculus will be wrong, but this might cause a big problem. Example, if Russia knew how costly is the invasion, if they knew how determined will be the Ukrainians, if they knew how determined united will be West in supporting Ukraine, I'm pretty sure that they will not launch the war.
Yeah, but are we not at a time when we can have better information to be a little more sure in those things, in those decisions than we were maybe 1928, as you said? I mean, this is 2025, and things have changed quite a bit. Isn't there a way to prevent those things in ways that help us to move forward rather than get worse? And I think I want to move the conversation a bit to you on that in particular, then return to you.
Merci beaucoup, Émilie. Je retourne un peu au français parce que tu m'as rappelé que j'avais promis de parler en français. Donc je parle en français. Je voudrais ramener un peu la discussion, à mon avis, pour qu'on ne se perde pas dans des généralités, en fait. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, on doit, nous tous qui sommes ici assis aujourd'hui, comprendre qu'on a un défi. La situation sécuritaire actuellement en Afrique, je ne pense pas qu'on, pour le moment, en fait, on va discuter de la dissuasion. Mais il s'agit d'abord, avant cette dissuasion, de défendre, d'aider les pays africains qui ont des problèmes actuels. Parce que quand on voit le nombre de crises qu'il y a actuellement en Afrique, c'est-à-dire il ne s'agit plus d'essayer de dissuader quelqu'un. Ce quelqu'un est déjà là. Il est déjà en Afrique. Il est en train de commettre ses crimes en Afrique. C'est bien qu'on réfléchisse un peu au niveau de comment dissuader dans le futur. Mais pour les quelques mois à venir, les quelques années à venir, je pense qu'on doit jouer sur les deux tableaux. Le premier tableau, c'est comment faire pour aider les pays africains qui sont déjà dans des crises à s'en sortir. Comment les aider, nous tous les Africains? Parce qu'actuellement, je pense qu'on n'aide pas les Africains, les pays africains à s'en sortir. Je prends tout simplement l'exemple du Sahel, où on a vu les terroristes qui sont dans le Sahel, et on a principalement 3 pays qui payent le prix de ces actions terroristes dans le Sahel. C'est le Mali, c'est le Niger et c'est le Burkina Faso. Depuis presque 10 ans, ces pays sont confrontés à, disons, cette terreur des extrémistes. Est-ce que nous, Africains, on les a aidés à s'en sortir? J'ai dit non. C'est d'abord les Européens qui étaient venus à travers, disons, l'ONU d'une certaine manière, et puis, disons l'intervention française et, disons, l'appui des Européens qui ont essayé d'aider le Mali et peut-être un peu le Burkina Faso et le Niger à s'en sortir. Mais les pays africains, à commencer par mon propre pays, je pense qu'on n'a pas eu, disons, le positionnement qui devait donner le signal que nous tous, on est avec nos amis, nos frères africains pour les aider à s'en sortir. Je pense qu'il faut qu'on change cette dynamique pour que déjà tous ces pays-là qui ont des problèmes, à commencer ici, on a à côté de nous, on a le Congo, on a la Somalie, on a tous ces pays, le Soudan. Le Soudan, moi j'ai passé 5 ans au Soudan et je pense que le problème, il est toujours là-bas au Soudan. C'est une crise qui est devenue même pire, comme vous l'avez vu. Mais comment est-ce que nous, les Africains, on peut justement les aider? On est spectateurs, c'est-à-dire le grand problème en Afrique, c'est que la majorité des pays africains sont spectateurs, disons, de ce drame qui se passe en Afrique, qui concerne leurs propres frères. Il faut que cette dynamique-là change. Comment faire pour que cette dynamique change, pour que nous tous, et la meilleure dissuasion dans le futur, c'est de donner le signal que quand un Africain a un problème, tous les Africains sont avec cet Africain pour résoudre le problème. C'est ce que les Européens font. C'est ce que les Européens font, mais nous, on ne le fait pas. Donc, il faut qu'on change un peu, disons, le paradigme, madame, pour que tous les Africains, à chaque fois qu'il y a un problème quelque part, que ce soit tous les Africains qui soient concernés, qui amènent leur apport. L'apport, ça peut être l'apport diplomatique, ça peut être l'apport en moyens, ça peut être l'apport en soldats. Chacun à son niveau est en mesure de faire quelque chose pour aider ce pays africain, parce que nous sommes, en fait, malheureusement, les pays africains n'ont pas cette stabilité et cette capacité de gérer actuellement leurs problèmes en interne. Et je pense que même dans le futur, ce ne sera pas possible. Et la meilleure stratégie que nous avons, aussi bien pour nous défendre et pour dissuader demain des menaces éventuelles qui vont venir, c'est de montrer à l'ensemble du monde que nous, Africains, on est unis dans la gestion de nos crises, on va défendre ensemble et on est prêt justement aussi à vous dissuader ensemble et de mettre en place les capacités en interne dans chaque pays africain pour pouvoir contribuer. Parce qu'il y a beaucoup de pays africains, ils n'ont même pas le moyen économique pour essayer d'aider, parce qu'ils sont déjà eux-mêmes dans des situations de crise économique. Ils n'ont pas la capacité militaire, justement, même pour gérer leur situation en interne, comment ils vont peut-être aider quelqu'un d'autre. Donc il faut qu'on joue sur ces tableaux pour que les gens économiquement puissent avoir des capacités et militairement qu'ils développent les capacités qu'ils mettront dans le panier. Parce que le panier aussi, il faut que tu amènes quelque chose dans le panier, mais il faut développer ces capacités. Donc il faut qu'on s'entraide justement pour mettre en place, disons, ces mécanismes qui nous permettront de répondre ensemble face aux crises qui se passent en Afrique. Sinon, on ne va jamais s'en sortir parce que les pays pris individuellement ne pourront jamais, au plus grand jamais, gérer le truc. Voilà à peu près ce que je voulais faire pour, disons, nous focaliser sur un peu ce qu'on doit faire éventuellement au lieu de nous jeter sur des généralités. Merci.
Yes, so earlier on, that's really, really interesting, the things you've just said. They need to support one another. They need to have a common basket for resources. And the fact that many African countries remain spectators because they don't even have the resources to put in the common basket anyway. So the question is it time now for a common strategy, a common framework, so that that kind of support can be guided? What would that framework look like?
Mais en fait, le mécanisme, vous savez, en Afrique, il y a toujours eu, disons, ce mécanisme de gestion de la sécurité, on l'a vu au niveau des régions. Hein, il y a toujours, bon, voilà, à East Africa, vous avez une organisation qui aide d'abord à gérer les problèmes économiques. Et aussi, les gens, les militaires, les troupes là aussi, sont quand même, ils ont des organisations, disons, pour gérer des crises internes. Au niveau de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, on a les mêmes mécanismes. Au niveau militaire, on a même créé, en soi-disant, brigade, hein, vraiment disons, au niveau pour intervenir quand il y a des crises. Cette brigade, c'est-à-dire chaque pays développe des capacités militaires en bataillon, et quand il y a une crise quelque part, on essaie de regrouper, disons, ces bataillons qui viennent de différents pays pour, disons, avoir le premier échelon au niveau du pays pour essayer de stabiliser la situation. On est en train de le faire, mais il n'y a pas cette volonté au niveau de tous les pays. Il y a peut-être un ou deux pays, disons, qui prennent le leadership et qui essaient de faire avancer. En Afrique, il y avait le Nigeria, en Afrique de l'Ouest, le Nigeria, qui a fait beaucoup d'efforts parce qu'ils avaient les moyens économiques et militairement, ils étaient un peu plus capables que certains pays qui avaient pris le lead. Et bon, des pays comme le Sénégal ont essayé de suivre un peu, mais les autres pays, en fait, ils étaient déjà confrontés à des crises internes, donc ils ne pouvaient pas. Maintenant, le président Kagame l'a dit, on a essayé, il y a des choses qui ont marché, il y en a d'autres qui n'ont pas marché, et la majorité n'a pas marché. Maintenant, il faut qu'on s'arrête. Hein, c'est le moment de s'arrêter pour dire, en fait, ce qui n'a pas marché, c'est quoi exactement? Et à part, si on identifie, il faut qu'on le fasse sans langue de bois. C'est pourquoi je suis un peu en train de dire que si on essaie de caresser les choses, on ne va pas en arriver. Il y a un problème politique de gouvernance que nous, on ne peut pas gérer, nous les militaires, mais les politiciens doivent le comprendre et qu'on fasse, disons, face à cela. Ce problème de gouvernance qui se pose dans nos pays-là, je pense que fondamentalement, en fait, même les problèmes qui se passent dans certains pays découlent de cela. Il y a eu des coups d'État dans certains pays, mais la raison principale, parce que c'était la malgouvernance. Les populations ont vu que ça ne marchait pas. Bon, la solution, c'était quoi? Bon, voilà, on a pris les militaires pour venir régler le problème. Mais nous, les militaires, on n'est pas formés pour gérer des pays. En fait, c'est comme ça, c'est comme ça. C'est rare. Il y a souvent des militaires qui sont des politiques. Parce qu'il faut être un militaire et un politique pour pouvoir gérer un pays. Mais si tu es un bon militaire comme moi, j'ai fait mes années de trucs, je n'ai pas fait de politique. Si vous me donnez un pays, mais ça va être la catastrophe parce que je ne sais pas comment gérer un pays. Je sais comment commander des hommes et comment faire des... Donc, ce problème de gouvernance, il faut qu'on puisse vraiment faire face à cela. Maintenant, le problème militaire, c'est ça qui nous concerne. Il faut qu'au niveau déjà de chaque région, les structures initiales qu'on avait mises en place pour s'entraider, il faut qu'on les développe, il faut qu'on leur donne une réalité et il faut qu'on ait un système où tout le monde va participer. Parce qu'en fait, si vous ne participez pas, ça veut dire que vous ne faites pas partie de la chose. Maintenant, chacun donne ce qu'il a, pour le moment. Chacun va donner ce qu'il a. Il y en a qui ont plus, ceux qui ont plus vont donner plus, et ceux qui ont moins, on va leur permettre de donner moins, mais il faut qu'ils donnent. Mais comment organiser ces structures-là? Justement, il faut que nous tous, ce n'est pas ici qu'on va le discuter, mais il y a le mécanisme qui existe déjà. Il suffit de les renforcer et de les donner vie. Il faut donner vie à ce que nous, on a vu en Afrique, qui est indispensable pour qu'on puisse travailler ensemble. Voilà.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And we do have maybe 10 minutes to the end of the session. We had just an hour, and the conversation is very interesting. I wish we could have a little more time. But I want to give, unfortunately, we may not have interaction with the audience, but I would invite the audience to engage each of you during break time and so on. So I'm probably going to give one person an opportunity to ask a question so that in the spirit of participation that you're talking about, yes, I think we can give this gentleman here. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Major General Vincent Nyakarunde. I'm the Army Chief of Staff. Before I ask my question to General Keita, I just want to share with the audience that I was one of those who were privileged to tap from his vast knowledge and experience, having worked under his leadership in Darfur in 2004. That was EMIS, African Mission in Sudan. I had one question before, but now that you have raised the issues that you have discussed right now, President Kagame said yesterday, as you have been repeating it, that we cannot outsource our security. And he has actually tried to do his best by not only deploying brigades in peacekeeping in South Sudan, in MINUSCA, in Nicar, but also has intervened in Mozambique, in the Central Africa on a bilateral basis, in Mozambique to fight Ansar al-Sunna Jama, the terrorists, and in the Central African Republic to help the country overcome the issue of multiplicity of armed groups. And that mainly under Rwanda is shouldering the beers. So if I was to ask you, General, and the other panelists, exactly from the President Kagame's statement, commitment, what exactly, and you have said we have to ask people to come together, Africans to show the world that together we can. What would you ask in practical terms from what President Kagame said, that to advise, to do with his peers, his other president, to do to achieve what you have said? In practical terms, 1, 2, so you have deployed in Mozambique, CAR is possible. Rwanda is not rich than Senegal or other countries, but you have been helping Mozambique with your own resources, contributing blood and contributing money, same as the Central African Republic. So what would you, from that, himself made a commitment that you can't outsource security. What would you advise him to advise his colleagues? The other, the question is, I agree with you, General, that...
Can you please be brief on the second?
I'm trying to be brief. We agree that this issue of multiplicity of actors in most of the countries is caused by bad governance. And they will have people, when they have the unsolved business security issues, they tend to solve the grievances by their own means. Some by terrorism, opting to terrorism, others, other activities. But now currently we see coups, military coups, especially in West Africa. My question is, do you see this as the next trend of people taking up their destiny in Africa? Do you also see the pushing, rushing to sanctions like ECOWAS did as being one of the solutions, the best approach to these problems? I thank you.
Thank you. And gentlemen, I'm going to ask that each of you may have something to say, but also give your concluding remark because we've run out of time. Have your last say as you respond to that and any other thing you might want to. You have 1.5 minutes each. Thank you. And I'll start with you and go back that side.
Right, thank you so much, Emily, and good question. I think the message for African leaders is really powerful because we have serious weaknesses there. We need to have a culture where the leadership prioritizes the interest of the citizen and the strategic future of the country. And therefore, if we do so, then we'll be able to do what is right. Our priorities will be right, and that's why such conferences, think tanks, strategic thinking are all very important in ensuring that. So Africa must come together and say no to those issues of bad governance, issues of bad leadership, all this, so that we have an approach that will make our states stronger and better.
And your one thing, he says practical things.
Exactly. One thing is continental unity, so that we have the same standards, the same voice, common across Africa. So the message of President Kagame, His Excellency, is great. He's achieved this, what we should emulate, and becomes an African voice. We all take the same steps. And like General emphasized, support each other so that we can rise as African states. Number two, for deterrence, yes, it's possible, even in an African context. The kind of threats we see, the insurgencies, the terrorists, and so on, they are modern technology equipment that can help. It's cheaper alternative than the hard one. These precision systems, like precision strikes, the AI-driven defense systems, all these things are drones, cheaper alternative, and they ensure that we are able to surveil, see, as the smugglers, the human traffickers, the terrorists move. So when we see we're able to give precise precision strike, I think that's the way we need to go as Africa so that we're able to deal with this issue.
Thank you so much.
Finally is to go for, Africa says we were to stop the bullets firing or guns to be silent by 2020. We should pursue stable peace across the continent so that we can focus more our energies onto the priorities of the people. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Lieutenant General Keita, what more can we do?
Yeah, okay, so two good questions, It's really Nyakurundi. The first one, so what is happening here in Rwanda is It's just the President Kagame is showing leadership. So in both ways. The first one is to say, okay, this is what we need. So he's telling it, he's, putting himself forward, just not for, this security issue, even for the, the free trade. You remember all this that it has, taken the leadership to push, some leaders to go the right direction. But he did more than just providing the leadership. He showed example, by doing what he's doing, sending, the troops, to support countries that are in trouble. And in Central Africa, I was there, and really to tell you something, when I've been force commander, deputy force commander, sector commander, whatever you want, and I can, tell that, I used to rely, really on Rwandese units. I'm a retired general. I don't have any issue with politics, I can say. Yeah, I used to rely on, Rwandese units. Why? Because those guys, through their own history and experience, they knew that if you are sent somewhere, you have to deliver. You have to do something to help. It's not just you come. It's not about just coming and, enjoying good food and having money. You enjoy the food, you got the money, but you deliver on the ground. You try to protect, you try to deal with the threat that is there. My brother from Central Africa is here. Themselves, they have requested Rwanda to send more troops to help them, and then the situation is getting... That is the example that the President Kagame is giving, and all, President, Kenya is doing something, like that.
Yeah, I think his question is, how do we get more of his peers to actually do what he's doing?
So now, that is the ISCA. This ISCA, I think the main, objective of having this ISCA is not just to be talking, but we need to put mechanism that after this conference, ISCA can produce something, and then give it to President Kagame and other, leaders to tell, okay, we have had a conference, so we have discussed some issues. This is our proposal. If you go this way, and then we just line behind the President Kagame to tell, okay, you also push this way. ISCA has, have proposals. Now it's about you helping us to push it through the region and push it through Africa. So for the coup, I think we will discuss it because it's mainly in West Africa that we have coup. So in East Africa, people are, a little bit calmer on that field. So we'll discuss it.
Thank you. Maybe they're just scared, not calm, but who knows. You have the last word. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, we have to keep in mind, Africa has its golden hour. This is a window of opportunity you need to use. You need to use by acting bold and by launching innovative solutions. There is nothing on shelf, there is nothing prescribed which can work 100% for you. There is some similarities or something what can be used, but find your own way. Generating deterrence has three audience. The audience of the opponent, to dissuade them to oppose you, the own audience, the home, which are the people of the respective country, to involve them, to support you. And the third audience is the international community, in order to win, to partner with you, to support you, because you deserve to be in the driving seat for the sake of your nation, for the sake of the African continent, and for the sake of the humanity.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you for a wonderful conversation. And yesterday, what stuck with me from President Kagame was that nothing should happen without our context and without our consent. So with that in mind, I think that what you're proposing, having a synthesized copy of the outcome of this kind of conference would be very useful for the peers. And members, thank you for being a wonderful audience. Please let's give a hand to the panelists here. Thank you so much, and enjoy your lunch or the next program after this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Excellent.
The generals and diplomats, you may excuse yourselves, but we request you, if you wish, to stay. We're going to have back-to-back sessions. We may not have a lot of time for changeover, so we would request that we remain in our seats, and then I request Madame Fatmata to take the stage and steer us through the next session. Thank you so much.
Where the voices are much sharper. I'm really happy to join you this afternoon. My name is Fatmata Sise. I work with UNDP here in Rwanda. And today we're going to have a brilliant session around building trust for intra-Africa investment. And I look at the theme. First of all, we all know it's a fireplace chat we're having, right? But I'm looking for the fire, and I can't find it. So I'm asking myself, where is the fire? I believe the fire is going to come from the brilliant ideas we're going to discuss here this afternoon. They're going to be sharp enough to burn up this room. But building trust for intra-Africa investments reminds me of a question that I'm sure many of you have heard about, which is the egg and the chicken. Which one comes first? The theme here is not saying we need to build trust before we can have investment. Investment might be the basis in which we can actually build trust. And a number of things that are going to help us put this concept into perspective is that Africa is at a crossroad of economic and demographic revolution. So when you think of the figure, which I'm sure you've heard about many times, that 60% of the continent's population is below 25 years. That represents a promise, but at the same time, it represents a paradox. It is a promise if we tap into it because it will make the continent the greatest competitive advantage, the youth bulge. It can be a paradox if that population is left uneducated, unemployed, and underrepresented. We know the potential it has for societal fragility. But let's look at other figures that are really going to help us put the discussion here today into perspective further. The UNDP prepared a report in 2023 that says by 2050, Africa will be home to 1/3 of the world's youth. At the same time, the Africa Development Bank says every year in Africa, about 12 million youth join the workforce, but the continent is only creating 3 million jobs. That's only 25% of the new workforce if we assume all of the jobs that are created are actually for youth, only 25%. Youth unemployment rates in countries such as South Africa, Nigeria, Tunisia exceed 30%. One last statistic that I believe is important for our discussion today. According to the United Nations, 80% of violent extremist recruits in Africa cite the issues of unemployment and lack of opportunity as primary reasons for joining extremism. These figures point to the importance of how can we build trust for a population that is so central in maintaining peace and security, or not being vulnerable and falling in the arms of extremism, but also how can investment make this happen. So we will explore how we can take responsible actions towards increasing the investment to trade, for us to trade more, build trust, especially in a world where geopolitical uncertainties are high. So to delve into this discussion, I have two distinguished panelists who are going to join me on the stage. And one thing I like about the panelists is that I will say there are different sides but of the same coin. We have academics who has written extensively on the topic, and we have a practitioner who, of course, before you become a practitioner, you must have been an academic as well. You just didn't become a practitioner. So joining me for this discussion, we have Professor Atif Main, who brings powerful blend of academic rigor and real-world insights to today's global economic conversation. Prof, are you in the room? Okay, I wanted to be sure. Now, the picture I have here is what I'm seeing. We are really glad that he's not only here, but he's a professor of economics on public policy and finance at the Princeton University, where he also directs the Center for Public Policy and Finance. I know I can go on very long, but it's important to share some of his biography. He has roots in mathematics and science, and he earned his PhD from MIT and started his academic career way back in 2001, long time ago, but he's very young. Before joining Princeton in 2012, he taught at the University of California in Berkeley and the University of Chicago, both schools of business, shaping minds at some of the world's most respected institutions. Prof has undertaken research in finance, macroeconomics, and society, and asks profound questions about how economic systems can connect people, distribute opportunity, and create value. He is also a passionate advocate for knowledge that drives impact, as he co-founded the Center for Economic Research in Pakistan back in 2007. He is widely recognized for co-authoring the influential book, House of Debt, which is a landmark study on the household debt and financial services. We are lucky to have him here today as Professor Atif's work, which focuses on macroeconomic implications of inequality, sheds light on its effects on financial markets, growth, and policy. So he will bring us the perspective from academic, but also practice, given the policy centers he has established, as well as also continues to work in. Please join me to give a round of applause in welcoming Professor Atif to the floor. Most welcome. And to join the conversation, as we believe in practical examples and experience, we will have the CEO of the Rwanda Development Board, Jean-Guy Africa, who leads an institution with a broad mandate spanning investment promotion, private sector development, tourism, conservation, technology, and management of special economic zones. The Rwanda Development Board's unique one-stop center is a model that streamlines business registration, incentives, and regulatory processes, making Rwanda one of Africa's most competitive investment destinations. Before joining RGB, Jean-Guy has also worked and held leadership positions with the Africa Development Bank, including acting director of the Regional Integration Coordination Office, and also led the regional integration. And one thing that is also outstanding about his background and his profile, in those positions, he has worked on resource allocation, reporting around $14 billion project portfolio. Huge. I'm sure a big chunk of some of the economies of our country's budget. So we are happy to have him here today to share his experience. And you cannot be having a last name Africa without having a reflection on Africa as a whole. So please help me, join me in welcoming Jean-Guy Africa, who is joining the podium as well. Now I'm hoping my mic works. So we do have a couple of questions here, and we want to really spend a memorable hour together with you. We're going to go straight into it, and we want to also be able to leave time for questions.
that level of patience when it comes to designing economic policy. Now, let me give one particular example of myopic or impatient policy that has partly resulted in the low levels of investment that we see in Africa. You mentioned foreign direct investment, but a lot of time, many African countries have tried to bring in quote-unquote investment is through sovereign borrowing in international markets, using the government balance sheet to borrow large amounts of money, and then hoping that against that borrowing we can jumpstart the economy by, for example, getting some contractors from the West and asking them to build a few shiny projects, so to speak, for the country. More often than not, that has not resulted in any subsequent growth into the future. And the reason for that is that investment only works when it is adding to the domestic productive capacity of the economy. And just borrowing from abroad and asking someone else to build a few things for you, whatever, the nature of it might be good intention, but as long as it doesn't lead to the capacity of your young people to build the same thing into the future, it's not going to lead to GDP growth. And it's not going to lead to sustained employment. In fact, if you are borrowing from abroad to build something today, you also have to pay that money back in the future to, let's say, New York or London, where you borrowed the money from. So that actually adds a drag on the economy into the future as opposed to boosting the economy in the future. So investment, first and foremost, has to be based in domestic sense, that the resources have to be channeled domestically, firms have to be created domestically that can build the capacity over time to do the things that economy needs to do, build infrastructure, build IT, build technology. And so the first and foremost thing that you need to understand in terms of building investment is that you need to build domestic capacity, you need to build science and technology into your young minds, and it's something I'll try to come back to towards the end, how to do that. But that has to be the thinking, that it has to be an expansion of domestic productive capacity as opposed to just trying to import resources from the outside.
Thank you very much. Sharp points around there. And as you were speaking, something that occurs to me that is another good example is in education. When we start from primary school, get to secondary school, you're still investing. The benefits are only going to yield much later. And the longer you stay in the system, the better the benefits become. If you stop at primary school, your benefits are less than when you stop at high school. And similarly, if you get to university. But I'm going to leave you with a thought as well, Professor Atif. You said Africa needs to be patient, and I believe we've been patient already. We've been patient far too long. We've been having these conversations of investment. So I'll come back to you later on that question. But as Jean-Guy, we know that investment is critical, but especially in certain areas when we talk about security across the region. So I want you to share with us some practical solutions and successful models to build trust. Examples include mutual investment guarantees, cross-border infrastructure projects, digital mechanisms, and many. How can these be leveraged to promote trust and strengthen peace and security on the continent?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Also, a pleasure to be here. I think I'll touch on the question you asked from the angle of how can regional arrangements and regional investments in general help promote trust and security. And here, you have three key dimensions that are at play that you must simultaneously address if you're trying to generate trust through regional investments. The first one is the politics of it. The second one is the economics. And the third one is the actual security dimension. So you have to tackle the three almost simultaneously. Regional arrangements, the ones you've mentioned, the efforts that we're making through our regional economic communities, the initiatives that we that we push, what they do is provide a platform to discuss and harmonize policies across a series of sectors: transport, agriculture, trade, investment. And in so doing, the dialogue that takes place, the meetings, and there are a lot of them when you meet at regional level, naturally over time generate trust among policymakers as they push for certain legal instruments to be adopted, work together to implement those instruments. So at the first level, at the policy dimension, the regional projects, regional arrangements help promote trust through dialogue, through policy formation, and through policy execution. Where it gets really interesting is in the economics front. Through the creation of economic interdependencies, especially when you're dealing with the financing, the structuring, financing, and implementation of large-scale assets. Think, for example, railways, energy grids, and so on. And it's actually a classic case study for students of regional integration, which I happen to be. And that one is actually the formation of the European Union. People forget, but the actual creation of the European Union was, the basis was a security matter. 1951, France and Germany keep going at war, huge security problem, and the question at the time was, how do we come up with a solution, an economic one, to make sure that the countries of the time that were engaged in that problem, primarily France and Germany, never go to war again. And the solution that was proposed touches on the second dimension I mentioned, the need to create economic interdependencies through large-scale projects between countries. The decision at the time, and it was highlighted by Robert Schuman, who was the Minister of Foreign Affairs of France at the time, was to pull together the production of coal and steel and to create the European coal and steel community. And it's actually highlighted in the declaration. The reason was to make war unthinkable and materially unfeasible. Because you pull the production of coal, energy, which you need to go to war, you pull the production of steel, then you make it very difficult for countries to go to war. And it worked formidably well in their case, in the sense that from there started developing all the institutions you see today. It started with that, but eventually morphed into all types of economic cooperation that you see today, trade within trade matters, monetary union, and so on. So the economic interdependencies is where regional arrangements can really help us drive trust, but also force us through structural dependencies into promoting, because it's in everyone's interests, security. And then the third one really is security itself. Security or fragility considerations, if you wish, are borderless, and so are their intended security solutions, if you wish. So you must cooperate at regional level. At the level of Africa, we have a structure in place already, the African Peace and Security Architecture, APSA, with its different pillars, the Africa Peace Fund, the Panel of the Wise, the Continental Early Warning System to generate intelligence that countries can use to anticipate situations of fragility and conflict, the standby force. This mechanism is replicated at regional level. So you have the regional economic communities such as the Southern Africa Development Community, the East African Community, with similar mechanisms. So those regional arrangements, the ones you've mentioned, really help once they're functional, because there are still capacity gaps. I think we'll have a chance to discuss them later, that make them not function to the level that they should. But all said, the regional projects, regional investments, regional facilities, and regional arrangements as a whole, when properly utilized, can help us drive trust through enhanced policy dialogue, drive economic interdependencies through the financing of important assets, and in so doing, again, I mentioned it, rail, power, interconnectors. I gave the example of the European Union Coal and Steel Community. And then thirdly, by pushing countries to cooperate together, to tackle transnational security threats and so on. Thank you.
Very good points. Thank you so much. I think it couldn't have better been placed by explaining that economics can be the incentive for which we will not get into a war. So in essence, it's saying, let's increase the cost of wanting to go to war. And it's not the cost of the arms that you have to buy, but you have so much investment that you know you have too much to lose. And what you will want is to choose peace. I think I really like that nexus that you have presented. And you've given us a stark reality. It's talking about wanting to go to war. What you're hearing is more member states wanting to even be part of the EU because they see the economic benefits as well as the security benefits. Ladies and gentlemen, I like an interactive panel, so I don't want to stop it from just my panel members. I like an interactive room. I'm going to open up the discussion for 2 questions. I see hands. But if you manage the questions to the minute, we'll get many more people to speak. Remember, the panel is about building trust for intra-Africa investments. What do we need to do in investment? And we've heard from our 2 distinguished panel members here that investment is not only for today's consumption, but it's invest today for future consumption and for the much longer term. And how do we define investments? And we've seen what are the disadvantages that we have for Africa not getting investment. We've heard about a clear example of how the economics of our economies can be the basis of guaranteeing our security. So let's focus the conversation around that before we move forward. I have one hand here. I'll take another. Do we have a mic in the room? If you trust your voice, you can try. Yes. Okay. Please say your name, your institution, and then go to the point as best as possible.
Of course. Good morning or afternoon. My name is Jumo Ayondele. I am a professor at New York University. Thank you again for your wonderful comments about the economic determinants for a stable Africa. One of the questions I wanted to pose to the panel is the fact that when we think about economic development and investment strategies, we usually aim it at the formal economic sector. But we know that the informal sector in Africa employs approximately 85% of our African workforce. So for me, and for the panel, especially coming from a decolonial, post-colonial scholarship, as well as the kind of work that I do, I'm wondering how we think about building trust for intra-African investment, taking into account the priority and prioritization of the informal sector, and not seeing the informal sector as a periphery, but as a core that needs to be put into our economic planning and how we think about transformation, especially given that we're at ISCA right now, we're thinking about reframing how we think about our economic determinants for a stable Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can see that was the only question, so I'm going to actually share it to both of you to respond to this, because I think you're helping us to bring this discussion in the context of Africa. So we talk about investment, and even the investment in Africa of 83 billion is not likely to be touching the informal sector. How can we attract that investment to really pull out the informal sector? And also when you talk about regional integration, when you talk about the infrastructure that is needed, we may not have really reflected on the informal sector. How can we make this reflective, knowing that even the youth that we're talking about and the women, they are actually majority in the informal sector? So let me give you a minute each to respond, but from the perspective of your question. Please, Professor Atif.
So the informal sector is very large in Africa, and that's typically true in developing countries. What should be part of a growth strategy is that it's typically costs of regulation, the wanting to sort of run away from the government is like one obvious reason you want to go towards the informal sector. So governments need to very actively encourage people to enter into the formal sector. Because in the long run, there are huge advantages of joining the formal sector, because that is how everybody can fall into the tax net, for example, which is obviously important. Like when I was saying that, Africa needs to be more patient, I've partly meant that in economic terms. And what patience in economic terms means is that you're able to spend a larger share of your overall output towards future investment, like building roads, colleges, universities that will really benefit you 10, 20 years from down the road. And in order to do that, you need to generate revenue from the economic activity. And that activity that needs to be in the formal sector for the government to be able to generate revenue from it. So it's partly a question of the people seeing a value in joining the formal sector, so the government needs to provide the services as a carrot to entice people to join the formal sector. You cannot do it by force, otherwise we would not have an informal sector to begin with. And so that requires that give and take, if you will, that the government needs to improve its services so people see an advantage to joining the formal sector. They can earn higher profits because they can hire labor more easily, expand more aggressively, and things of that nature. And in the long run, the informal sector needs to shrink. To say it differently, we don't know of rich countries which have a massive informal sector. There's a reason for that. And so I think we should encourage the economy to move more towards the formal sector over time.
Thank you so much. And I've actually liked the way you responded to it. By trying to get the informal sector in the formal sector, we're not doing them a favor. We're doing the economy a favor. Because then governments need those to also get the taxes, much needed revenue that is required for investment. And I think we're often not presenting things in that context. We're thinking we're doing the informal sector a favor by trying for them to formalize. But there's a win-win, and I really like that approach that you've taken. I'll also want to hear from you, Jean-Guy, on your perspective on the same.
Thank you very much. I think when it comes to the informal sector, the fact that it's informal means there's usually very little data on what's really happening. Certain countries have actually, certain central banks have actually gone ahead and started tracking informal activity. And you have to remember that within the informal sector, there are plenty of things happening. You have your and I'll use an example here, in trade, your woman trader doing it as a basic survival mechanism, whom you want a regulatory environment that will protect. But you also have your criminals, you also have your criminal trading activity. So you start with the data to be able to disaggregate whom to fight and whom to help. So data is at the core of what we must do when it comes to the informal economy. We must understand it better. We must invest in profiling the categories of informal traders and then putting them in separate buckets. The criminals, we deal with them with the typical security architecture that we know exists. Usually they have the means to actually operate within the formal economy. It's a deliberate decision not to do so. But the other ones, the ones who are doing it out of a survival mechanism, the approach has to be much more gradual. And Rwanda has been particularly active in this space through the regional economic communities. I'll give the example of COMESA, where a system was put in place called the Simplified Trading Regime, STRs, where goods below a certain value were basically exempted from paying taxes but recorded in the system. So you get to know, you get to profile the traders, you encourage them eventually to use official routes, and then educate them on the benefits of joining the formal economy. So I definitely join what was said earlier. The objective is to formalize, but it starts with actually knowing who the actors are, and then designing instruments to gradually bring them into the formal economy. But it's I agree to the point, it's very often an area that is probably not given sufficient attention. Usually when it is, it's primarily through the prism of informal trading, you know, and what's happening at the level of our borders, because it's more obvious, but it's also happening even at the level of the economy itself, even at the national level. And it would benefit from more investments in statistical capabilities that then inform policy designs and decisions made by government officials with the end goal of helping them join the formal economy while simultaneously tackling those who are in the informal space for reasons that are inappropriate.
Can I just add one thing on, given our topic is trust as well, there's a very close connection between formalization of economic activity and the buildup of trust and reputation. Keep in mind that once an economic activity is formalized, in Africa, you start generating data on that economic activity. For example, you start to see which entrepreneurs are really profitable. You start to see which businessmen are actually paying back the loans that they received from a formal bank and things of that nature. When you start creating that data, you start creating a market automatically, where investors can now identify who are good and who are not that good. And that is the process. This is why I was trying to say that formalization is a natural way through which economy advances, and you need to expand that net. And you need to discourage informality, because it's also a way, the more informal things are, the shadier they tend to be and all of that. But the other thing is, if things become very informal, if you are not in the right network, you can't access those opportunities, which might be along, you know, tribal affiliation, language affiliation, country affiliations, and so on. So when we talk about going pan-Africa, when we talk about intra-Africa trade and so on, you can obviously imagine informality is not going to cut it. So I think encouraging formalization of economic activity and facilitating it by building the right administrative structures, building the data behind it, that will really encourage the buildup of reputation that you ultimately need for trade and investment.
Thank you. I think that question, absolutely, we're going to move to the second question and then we'll take questions again, brought us closer to understanding, and I like the angle you've given it as well, that there's a trust element. If I'm in the informal sector, I'll be interested to want to be formalized if I'm guaranteed I'll get those services. So I have to trust the system that they're not formalizing me because they only want to take taxes from me, but I can get access to the several services that I would like to take. So indeed, and again, the informal sector is large on the continent, we know this. We cannot be talking about investment and building trust without referring to them or even attracting investment that allows us to formalize. But again, we know that most of these investments and the discussion around regional economic integration is really around fostering trade as well. It is not only for us to do the economic activities within our borders, but how do we do so across borders and across the continent as a whole? So I'm going to move to the second set of questions that is really going to bring us to, even though we are referring to building trust and investment, but it's investment for what? So let's take trade as one of them. So Professor Atim, I want you to tell me a little bit about intra-Africa trade and investment. Why has within an intra-Africa trade and investment remained low? What policy choices, such as taxation, regulation, fiscal and monetary level, need to be made to enhance intra-Africa trade and investment? And I'll quickly ask Jean-Guy's question, which is also related, so that both of you can just respond at one. From your perspective, Jean-Guy, I want you to describe transformative potential of intra-Africa investment for sustainable development, job creation, and inclusive growth. What are the kinds of things we are likely to see if we really get to improve intra-Africa trade? So on one hand, Professor Atif will tell us, why is that we haven't seen much of intra-Africa trade and investment? You tell us, what can we dream of should this happen? And what can we dream of with regards to job creation, inclusive growth, as well as sustainable development? Thank you.
I think, first of all, it's important to acknowledge that Africa has moved in the right direction in many ways. So, for example, if you take the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, that is a result of this realization or recognition at the highest levels that there needs to be more free trade, and we need to break down the barriers to trade, both tariff and non-tariff. So I think things are moving in that sense in the right direction in terms of people recognizing the importance of trade. When we look at trade from an empirical academic angle, the biggest predictor of trade between two countries is what is referred to as the gravity model, which is the closer the two countries are geographically, then they trade according to or inversely to the distance between them and proportional to the size of the two economies. When you apply that gravity model that statistically, as I said, explains trade the most internationally, there's a bit of a puzzle when it comes to Africa, which is that what you predict according to the gravity model should be the level of trade. You don't see it inside Africa. Okay, so that's a very sort of empirically descriptive way of saying, look, Africa is not trading as much as the rest of the world is trading amongst itself. So there's clearly a problem in that statistical sense. To put some numbers to it, Africa should be trading at least 35 to 50% more than the level of trade we see today, even conditioning on the income per capita of the various countries inside Africa. So there's clearly a deficiency there. In terms of identifying what can be done or should be done going forward, there's some of the obvious one, reducing transactions and so on. But there's some practical issues of harmonization of products as they move across borders, for example. There are other practical issues, like one particular example I'll give is on the monetary side, there are two main and in my view, those are hindrances to trade within Africa, because from a technical perspective, those currency unions actually do not make much sense because those currencies are tied to Europe. And I will not get into the macroeconomics of it, but there is no justification that one can reasonably give for African countries to tie their currency to what is happening in Europe. The economic imperatives are very Africa is a resource-rich environment that has its own commodity price shocks. Again, so when we talk about facilitating trade, we also need to reduce volatility, macroeconomic volatility in the respective African countries. And one important tool for reducing macroeconomic volatility from a macro policy perspective is to have monetary sovereignty, which means you have your own currency that you have control over. When you're in a currency union that is tied to Europe, you're fundamentally giving up that sovereignty. So as has been the theme of this conference as well, which is to gain sovereignty in all other dimensions, to bring it back to Africa, I think this is, there are many other ways, but this is one very important issue of sovereignty that I will raise on the economic side, that Africa needs to have complete monetary sovereignty. You need to then develop institutions. This, by the way, is another form of trust, which is building central banks, building monetary policy institutions that people in general can trust in. For example, do we trust in the respective central banks that they will be able to maintain or anchor inflation? It's a very important point that people learned over the years, that the Federal Reserve in the US or central banks in general, they are of supreme importance in managing and anchoring expectations when it comes to inflation. And you need to give them that independence, that room of maneuverability, so they can take certain actions like interest rates and so on to manage inflation and outlook for inflation. As we know, inflation is a big issue in many of the African countries. So that is a very important institutional improvement that many countries in Africa need to make, so they can anchor inflation expectations that will build trust in the system and bring in more investment. An investor is unlikely to make major investments if they don't know 20 years from now whether the rate of inflation is going to be 2% or 20% or 200%. A very high rate of inflation very quickly erodes whatever investments you may have made. And when you're making investments for the long term, remember I started off by saying true investment is put in capital today and it gives you the fruit 5, 10, 20 years from today. You can only do that if you have stability in the system, that you can trust the credibility of macro policy in the long run. So it's a very important, I'll just end on this note, that in terms of building the environment for long-term investment, you need to build trust at the institutional level. And that's where institutions such as central banks are very important. But at the same time, governments and fiscal authorities also need to develop that trust that they will maintain discipline on the fiscal side, because that's the other side of the coin, that governments do not overspend their resources.
Thank you very much. I'll just go straight to you, please.
Yeah, surely. So on driving intra-African investments, here it's really a question of creating spaces where capital flows freely. And it sounds simple, but it's actually quite complicated to arrive at when you're talking of multiple countries with asymmetries in administrative capabilities, different roles, and so on. But at the very basic, you actually would like to create an investment space that is harmonized from a regulatory and institutional perspective. That's why you find that most regional economic communities adopt investment codes, attempt to arrive at the creation of capital markets where flows function more or less, where capital flows freely, where there are investments in harmonizing costs across in terms of infrastructure, so that you spread out the economic opportunities. So, but the challenge that we usually face, and which could be turned into the opportunities, is the question of governance. The pace is uneven in terms of the effort to establish those spaces that would allow intra-African investments to flow. And I think it was mentioned by His Excellency during the first day, the issue of governance. I would add to it the challenge of administrative capabilities. And here is just the capacity of a state to administer a country and to solve problems. Usually, if you take the example of when you take development, you could think of it as a succession of problems that you attempt to solve. You know, it applies also for intra-African investment. You have no schools, so you need to plan for it. You need to allocate resources across institutions. You need to regulate for it, meaning strategies and instruments that you adopt. You need to coordinate across institutions, and you need to execute. Then you generate feedback loops, and you start again. And the problem is compounded because at the regional level, you try to do the same thing. Countries come together, again, identify a problem, plan for it, regulate for it in terms of strategies and laws, coordinate across countries, execute, generate feedback loops, and try again. And where the challenge, and it's not just for Africa, it's the world over, what you usually find is planning, regulating, passing the policies, the laws, is much easier than coordinating and executing. Take trade, for example. Let's say country X is attempting to increase flows of trade. In agriculture, you would need to get the Ministry of Agriculture involved. The Ministry of Trade would need to be involved. The Customs Authority would need to be involved, and so on. So the challenge in setting up the kind of spaces that would allow for intra-African investments to flow are inherently tied to our administrative capabilities at the level of nations, and the need to strengthen them so that when we pass and we regulate at regional level, we actually execute. We have most instruments are passed, but you'll find that very few of them are actually executed on the ground. And therein lies the challenge, because at regional level, you're entirely reliant on the political will of nations to execute and their administrative capabilities. So when one of those are missing, then you end up with huge asymmetries in execution and uneven spaces. So I would argue that going back to the basics, essentially, it's a bit counterintuitive in the sense that if you want to drive intra-African investments, you also have to implement the policies that you've approved at regional level, execute them, and it starts with investing more into our governance systems and strengthening our administrative capabilities. I think I will also add, it was mentioned earlier, the element of proximity. Much of the intra-African investment is going to happen at regional level. You'll see, for example, that within the SADC region, close to 60% is driven by South Africa. You know, you'll find that in the East African region, it's usually the larger economy that dominates Kenya with large outbound investments. So the future in terms of intra-African investment will have a lot to do with strengthening the existing geographic and economic ties at regional level. And when we've reached sufficient capabilities at regional level, then scaling up at continental level. It's actually the strategy of the AU of using the regions as launchpad for the wider continental integration, you know. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're enjoying the conversation as much as I am. I'm coming now next to you, putting into perspective the importance for trade as we discuss building trust. And I'm glad that Professor Atif reminded us of the Africa Continental Free Trade, which is a very good step in the right direction. Albeit its challenges such as the monetary union, I know that Afrexim Bank was putting a system in place to allow ease of payment. That is by no means a solution to the monetary union. It's only doing a bandage to something that requires a more fundamental change, etc. So if anyone is in the audience who has more information, updates on progress on monetary union on the continent, that would be very helpful for the conversation. I'm glad that Jean-Guy, you point on the governance elements, the integrated nature of policy. When we talk about trade, the number of institutions in one country, let alone you're talking about several countries, that is required. But I like also to add that the World Investment Report mentions that Nigeria and South Africa remain attractive destinations for investment, but that Botswana and Rwanda are growing interests. And Botswana and Rwanda are not by many means big economies, but they're really putting things in place that are going to be attracting investment. So it's not about size. It's really about the quality of your institutions, the policies, your legal framework, and all of those mechanisms to attract investment. So let me bring it back to you. Building trust for intra-Africa investment. Questions, comments, if you can keep it to under a minute, we can have several hands. I have your hand and your hands. I'm glad. 3. The mic here in front, please. I think it's people who are sitting in front who are likely to be asking questions. So if you want to ask the question, please come to the front.
Thank you very much. I'm honored to be in the presence of these esteemed gentlemen. Read about them, now I've seen them. This is an observation, and I want you, the guys in academia, to go and have a look at it, simply because of this informal sector you guys are talking about is what we all grew up with and continue to see in a big way. But in Uganda, and I think even Kenya too, the mobile money dragged so many people into the semi-formal, into the formal sector to a certain extent, to a large extent actually, because I don't think less than 85% of our population they are all in mobile money now. So I would like you to have a deeper look at it, you academicians, how much the informal sector got a bit formalized, got into some taxation through the mobile, the telcos, and yet still wanted to stay informal. That is one. My second observation is that the interest rate trade is that the very interesting phenomenon in Uganda where we have built infrastructure. In the last 5 years, we didn't build a road, but we repaired Amaram Road from Pondwe in Kasese all the way to Beni and Butembo. And without much without any regularization or supervision, the people all went into trade. Even some of those rebel activities kind of ended. The thugs that were in that area, everyone now went into trading. And that's another area I would like you guys to have a look at. What a road can do in terms of dragging the informal people into. And also as the example of Gulu Nimule, Juba Road, the growth of these towns in the north of Uganda, just because of tamakadamizing that road in 2010, the effect it had on the economy. Those are two intra-state growth of trade simply because of infrastructure. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, please. The gentleman next time. Let's keep it short, please.
Okay, thank you. Vice Admiral Yakubu, immediate past Chief of the Navy of Ghana. I'm also now the chairman of the Gulf of Guinea Maritime Institute. It is an institute that tries to build capacity among young people, particularly to look at the blue economy, which we are not talking about. There's a lot of potential there. Listening to the very distinguished panelists, a lot has come up, and I want to zero in on two issues. The first is on the issue of integration. And Professor Mr. Jenge has mentioned it, that it might be difficult for proximities to start with the whole continent as a whole. Maybe we should look at the regional blocks. I think, I don't even know why at this time we are talking about 54 countries in Africa. And these countries were created by a group of Europeans sitting around a dining table with the map on the table and then just divided it among themselves. And we are guarding these borders so much. I think we should look more at loosening these borders in order to allow more integration. And in ECOWAS, where I come from, a lot of our regional economic community, ECOWAS, a lot happened in terms of integration, but we are now suffering some setbacks. And it also comes to the issue of trust. I remember Nigeria had some, was it a tariff regime or even a trade restriction for rice, because they knew they wanted to boost domestic production and actually banned or restricted the importation of rice. Their neighbor Benin started importing so much rice, and it was observed that they had imported about 10 times the amount of rice they consume within their borders, because ECOWAS has a free customs regime, free movement of goods and people across borders. So Nigeria had to close their borders to this movement of goods within the region. So this is one of the issues of trust. Right now, there's a lot of disruption in our system. A lot of disruption in the world, where we are moving from multilateralism to a lot of bilateral arrangements. We know all the tariff regimes that have come, and every country or regional bloc is negotiating their own tariff regimes and trade regimes, trades. How can 54 tiny countries, calling themselves countries, sit with the US to negotiate a trade agreement? I think we need to look at integration more seriously.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, I'm going to be a lot more stricter on time, please, is here, because we're standing between you and your lunch.
Thank you, thank you. Mine will be a quick and painless one. Given the fragmented regulatory frameworks, and to some extent the diverse political architecture within the African member states, what are the practical measures that you may suggest which might propagate trust between the member states in terms of fueling this trade, especially where you see that some may not risk, engaging in such business arrangements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we got 4 questions, and I'm going to just distribute them 2 each. I feel like Jean-Guy can respond to the question on mobile money. You formalized, and I can see you're smiling. You like that question a lot. And I'll ask Professor Atif to tell us a bit more on how infrastructure can be a basis of formalizing, and maybe with an emphasis on even digital infrastructure in this case. And I'll come back to you, Jean-Guy. Your second question would be on integration. We have regional economic communities, smaller ones, but you have the AU. Why are we not trying to focus on the sub-regional RECs instead of going to the communities and loosening borders? And the last question around fragmented regulatory framework, I'll ask Professor Atif to talk about them. So it's 2 questions each. Please go ahead, Professor Atif.
Thank you. Let me talk about how infrastructure or public investment in general can be used as an excuse for better integration. One example to give is if you look at Europe and you look at Airbus, right? That would be an example of Airbus is not, it's a European project, it's not a single country's project. And I think there are many examples like that that you can think of where African countries, and I think this is actually very important from an industrial policy perspective, a group of African countries, doesn't have to be all 54 all the time, can come together and decide to co-invest on a particular area, could be infrastructure, could be an example like we'll start manufacturing aircrafts or we'll start data center on the IT side. And they subdivide the production networks that we will specialize in this area that is an input into the final product that we are going to be making. Or we will coordinate on electricity grid or high-speed railway, and we will again specialize in, one can specialize in batteries or energy, another one can specialize on the engineering or the engines and so on. The broader point is, this is partly what I was trying to say in the beginning, that you need to develop those capacities domestically. Do not go to a Western country or any other country and say, give us the whole project and we will borrow from you and then just deliver the whole project to us. Even if they do that, you haven't developed any of the expertise. Use the same as an excuse to integrate and develop those capacities. You have to obviously gradually do it. So you need to know what your current capacities are and what are the first right set of projects to start with. But this is the approach, and I would really encourage the African policymakers to study the Chinese growth experience very carefully. Because this is how, in many ways, they graduated up. You know, they say the Chinese proverb, you cross the river by touching the stone, the next step to take. But they developed these domestic capacities over time, starting with low-scale manufacturing, and then graduating up, and now they are, a force to be reckoned with. I think in the same way, the African countries need to work on their respective industrial policies. The one difference is that China was a more centralized place, so they could, decision-making could be done in a more centralized manner. Africa, for obvious reasons, has to do it with coming together, the various sovereign countries. But as I said, it doesn't have to be 54 countries all the time. It can be done on a regional basis, and at the same time having, you then keep leveraging those capacities that you develop to do things at the more continental level. But these partnerships, cross-border partnerships, are essential to both integrate and B, to develop that level of trust and interdependency that we started talking about. That once you develop that, then obviously you're not going to go to war, for example, because the aircraft that you're building, where will you get the engine from if you go to war with the country that's delivering you engines? So these are we need to build those excuses for mutual interdependency, and there is a science behind it in this industrial policy genre that's becoming more popular anyways. So I think we need to proactively think along those lines and come up with ideas, explicit ideas.
Thank you very much. And I think in the short form of it, it means let's identify regional value chains, wherein everybody has a specialized role across that value chain, and we are all ending up to a particular product. We can all have several value chains, but let's identify sub-regionals. A number of countries say we want to construct railway. Who has the ore in their country? You mine that ore. Who processes them into steel? Who puts them together? Who builds the train across different countries? So let's identify regional value chains, and they create a base in which we build trust. Now to you, Jean-Guy, mobile money and formalization, as well as integration. Do we go REX, or do we remain AFCFTA and AU level?
Thank you very much. On informal activity actually happening on mobile money, this is a very interesting case study. And I think the informal economy itself shifted to the digital world because it was so convenient. Think of the person sending money to their parents in the village. In the past, probably had to give it to someone that would hop on a bus and go, or even trading. So it's happening, but it's not being taxed the way it should be. Because, I mean, even now, the activity itself is taxed at the level of the telecom. So even if informal activity is happening through the use of mobile money, it's probably not captured in the way we were discussing earlier, in a formal way and so on. So, but it's a starting point in the sense that it generates the data that we need to start making the right decisions. You know, so, and it's definitely better than if the commercial activity was happening physically. So I think mobile money provides a formidable opportunity to start, if we can access the data, if we can work with the telecom and banking operators, to start to map out flows that are commercial in nature, and ways to utilizing, again, the whole aspect I highlighted earlier of investing in statistical capabilities and data to arrive at a better profiling of the economy, of the informal economy itself, so that we can make better decisions. So I think the digital part will play a huge role. On the debate about the regional integration, I don't think we should oppose the continental approach to the regional one, but there are also facts, you know, that just speak for themselves. For example, the extent of countries' contributions to the regional economic communities. That will tell you a lot about where they see their priorities. And it goes back to what was said earlier, that geography very much ties you structurally into where your immediate opportunities for industrialization will be. It's much easier for us to trade. It doesn't mean it won't happen, but it's much easier for us to trade with Uganda, with Tanzania, with Kenya than it is to do so with Ivory Coast. Doesn't mean that it won't happen, but in the immediate, the short opportunities, the immediate opportunities are definitely closer to the region, and that's applicable the continent around. I think it's also important to highlight that Africa is huge. The actual landmass, something to the tune of 30 million square kilometers. And the European Union, the 27 countries, is about 5 million square kilometers. So the distances and the costs associated when you're trying to cross make it very difficult for you to adopt a model where your short-term opportunities will be across the continent. So I think structurally, you will find, and it's even enshrined in the AU's approach of using the REX as building blocks. And I think we need to highlight that we come from a long way. There was a time where we had close to 20 REX. In fact, there was an image that was floating around all the time of the spaghetti bowl of REX in Africa. And we went through a rationalization process. Today, the AU only recognizes 8 regional economic communities, you know? So that process of rationalizing REX helped us go a long way. in better allocating resources and so on. But still, to this day, you'll find that the building blocks for the creation of the African economic community are still the regional economic communities. Now, the beauty of the AFCFTA is that most of the RECs have established free trade areas. Some even have currency unions, others customs union, and so on. So trade is highly liberalized across most RECs. What was missing was the intra-REC trading, and that's where the AFCFTA comes in. The FTA also has a series of flagship programs that ties into the very nice example he highlighted. There were certain sectors that were identified as priority. Automotive was one, with the idea that production could be, we could create production networks with different countries specializing on different parts. And that needs to be continued. It requires consistent effort at the policy level. It requires you to bring along the private sector and to create, basically implement rules and policy over a very long period of time. I'll close with one comment. You mentioned earlier the issue of FDI and what we had done to perform quite well in the area of foreign direct investment, Rwanda, despite us being market-wise much smaller than most economies. And it's entirely about the business environment. Rwanda has invested a lot in creating a business environment that is predictable and in turning the business environment into our unique selling proposition. And over time, and we've been also very ingenious about it. So you'll see that our positioning is come, set up your business in Rwanda and expand from here into the region, which has a much, so the thinking around it was the business environment and so on. So it's just to touch your point that there are many ways that you can go about addressing structural challenges. Creating a predictable business environment is one. An environment where the investor knows what to expect, where there is sanctity of contracts and so on, and that has been the approach that we've taken. What we did, this is my last point, was to bring together close to 24 agencies under the one-stop center in the Rwanda Development Board, parts of 24 agencies that are investor-facing. You'll very often find that investors have challenges with land, challenges with electricity, challenges with water, challenges with their agreements not being implemented, incentives provided in their agreements not being implemented. So we've turned RDB into a focal point, a one-stop shop for the investors' queries and challenges to be addressed. And over time, it's resulted in what you're seeing today. Yes.
Thank you so much, Jangi. You've given your last word already. I'll come to you for a last word, Professor Atif, because I was going to ask, we've discussed investment. And of course, we agree that just before the World Bank discontinued the publication of the Doing Business Index, Rwanda was doing very well, one of the countries on the continent that was always ranking very well in the Doing Business Index. So we see that. But this afternoon, we've discussed investment, what it means in economic sense, trade. We've talked about the policy integration that is needed, governance, the informal sector and its importance for building trust and intra-Africa trade, the AFCFTA constraints around monetary union, etc. I think it's been a rich conversation. I'm going to ask Professor Atif if there's any other area, but as you reflect on that, I have a few points that I just want to make. Are there any other areas the continent should be focusing on to achieve trust for intra-investment that we haven't discussed? I know Jean-Guy has already given us the need for the country to be very prepared and to put into systems to give investor confidence is very important. So I'll come to you. But as I say that, I have to use the opportunity that I work for UNDP, and we have an initiative referred to as the Timbuktu Initiative. I started by giving you information on the youth bulge in Africa and the need for us to pay attention on investment in youth. UNDP is running an initiative called Timbuktu Initiative that is placing youth at the center of innovation, entrepreneurship, and capital formation. Ambitious projects that is developing 10 thematic hubs across Africa. Here in Rwanda, we have the Health Tech Hub. Students who can, or pupils, young people across the continent who can innovate anything around health are connected to the Health Tech Hub here, and they're provided with some seed capital for them to expand their ideas and take them to market. We have a Timbuktu Foundation that then goes out there to seek the capital for them to expand their trade across the continent. In Nigeria, we have the FinTech Hub. In Kenya, we have the Green Tech Hub, which focuses on climate change, etc. The ultimate aim is for us to have 100,000 young innovators in the next 10 years as UNDP across Africa. And I just felt it was important to lay this emphasis because we don't want to leave this room as if nothing is happening around building trust and investment. A lot is happening, and we have to leave the room with that information. Professor Atif, let me allow you to please give your last words on what else do we need to do.
Thank you. Let me just close talking not about economics, but maybe a bit more philosophical, a bit more spiritual, if you wish, on the question of trust or integration. You see, ultimately, integration is about sharing sovereignty. It's a very serious issue. It's not easy, actually. Even, you're talking about these industrial policy and so on. Even if you do all of that, and we can learn from the European experiment on that, actually. Even as we speak, there are massive political forces inside Europe. They're not happy. They want to break it up because they feel like the Brussels or the European Union is breathing on their individual sovereignty. I just want to point out to me what that says is that ultimately it's about the people feeling connected to each other. That's the spiritual or philosophical point I want to make here, which is extremely important, that the people of Africa feel connected as one people. And no level of trade or regulation is going to do that until and unless the people actually meet and see each other frequently. And so one practical suggestion I would personally want to put forward is that Africa must develop more and more institutional excuses for people, especially young people, to meet each other across borders. For example, I would actually promote the setting up of an African Union-wide system of universities that encourages young people to go to other African countries to get educated when they go to colleges and so on and so forth. That will naturally allow people to mix. And by the way, there is a long-standing literature that has shown that these social networks that you then develop, they are critical to boosting trade. People will get married across borders and so on and so forth. And it's through these networks that you can really form very durable partnerships going forward. So I'll just end on that message that it's very important to keep the people in mind. And when people are united, then it doesn't matter whether you have those artificial borders that the Europeans put in place or not. Thank you very much.
What a beautiful note to end off and to reassure you that it's already happening on the continent. Maybe we need to scale it some more. We have the Africa Leadership University here in Rwanda. There's the Carnegie Mellon University. When I visited it, it had students from across Africa. There's the Africa Governance Institute that is also established here in Rwanda. But maybe we need a lot more of us to know it. As we conclude, I really want to take the opportunity for us to give a round of applause to end on this note. We must remember that the opposite of development is not just poverty. It is disempowerment. And Africa cannot afford to disempower its greatest assets, its youth. Whether we talk about them in boardrooms, in classrooms, or in startup labs, the inclusion of young Africans in our economic transformation journey is not a charity. It is a necessity. Initiatives like Timbuktu I spoke about are not optional. They are our collective responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, help me thank the distinguished panelists as well as all of you for your participation in this forum. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Atif.
Thank you very much to our esteemed panelists and our moderator. That was a very edifying and great panel, and everyone who's in the room and following from home enjoyed that. Thank you very much. I just want to say that we are breaking off for lunch for exactly 1 hour, after which we will meet in the auditorium for the last panel of the day and then the closing ceremony. The last panel is called Borderlands in Crisis, Security, Identity, and Marginalization in Africa. So lunch is exactly where we had it yesterday, Auditorium Club, and as well as Ladder's Restaurant. Thank you very much, everyone, and I wish you a great afternoon.